Welcome, everybody, to the Xbox 2 podcast. We're about an hour late here. That's fine. At least we're doing it today. On my end, I can't hear anything on YouTube, so I don't know if you guys can actually hear my voice. Something's wrong on my end, I guess, because when I was playing the music for the intro, I couldn't hear anything. But Jez said everything was fine, so let me know if you guys can hear me, because I cannot hear myself.
Yeah, it's working.
Okay,
I can hear you.
so it's screwed up on my it's screwed up on my end. I'm not getting any feedback from YouTube, so that's just wonderful. But anyways, welcome. This is episode 310 of the Xbox 2 podcast on this lovely April 5th, 2024. I'm one of your hosts, Rand Jez 19, the man with no money. The man with absolutely no money, because the government literally just took it all.
Thanks, IRS.
Yeah, thank you, IRS, for taking all my money. Yes, I'm here, although I'm broke, and with me, managing editor, millionaire extraordinaire, because he has all the money, Jez Corden, Windows Central. What's going on, buddy?
I ain't done my taxes yet, man. I'll be joining you on the poverty line very, very soon. But you know, it's been alright. It's been a good week overall. Had some good content getting out there. Got some opportunities getting lined up. I'm pretty excited for the next few months of coverage coming down the pipeline. Some interesting stuff, you know. I got a glimpse into the gaming future of Xbox, and
Did you?
I liked what I saw, dude. Like what I saw. We've also had Jeff Grubb doing a bit of teasing. Tom Warren did a bit.
You
of
did
teasing
a little bit of teasing.
Today.
People, you know,
I did a little
wait,
bit
hold
of
on.
teasing.
People don't like teases. People don't like rumors anymore. We forget, right?
Oh
They
yeah.
They don't like
I
this
do.
sort of stuff.
I like it though, so we'll keep rocking it for me. That's as long as I'm happy. That's the main thing, right? Yeah, Jones says with the Xbox 2 broke podcast now.
Indeed.
Yeah, it is what it is. But yes, we rocked and rolled into episode 310, and there's been quite a lot of talking points rocking around the
There's
web this week.
always a bunch of talking points every week, isn't there? There's always something.
There's always something.
There's always something. It's never boring in the world of Xbox and Xbox-related stuff. It's never really boring in the world of video games, period. There's always something interesting to talk about.
Yes.
But other than that, your week been okay? Like personal? Everything good? You're in Germany again? Your clocks moved forward because you thought the podcast was going to be earlier than it was, right?
Yeah, the clocks have... Well, speaking of the clocks moving forward, sleepy. But
no.
yes, all the clocks are lined up and all that kind of crazy stuff. I'm just sort of, you know, this is my time to let my hair down a bit. It's been a hard week at work, doing lots of stuff, and now I just get to chill with the lovely Xbox 2 community, rocking it in chat and on Patreon, on Discord, and everywhere else, wherever you are, Spotify, we love you.
Mm-hmm.
And now I'm just I'm firing up Fallout 76, and I'm just going to run around and shoot things while we talk games.
Fallout 76. That's not your podcast game.
It's not, but it is. It is at the moment because I am excited, Rand, for the Fallout TV show.
That is true. We got the Fallout TV show coming soon, April 12th.
April 12th. That's right, April 12th. I'm getting pretty excited for it now. I watched. Checked out some of the trailers, some of the interviews or previews. You know, Gamertag Radio had some interviews with the
they did
the
Paris and Danny or just Danny. You know,
yeah.
But you know, does it concern you that Paris is nowhere to be seen when me and you are on XCast, but as soon as Jeff Grubb's there, Paris is there? It's almost like Paris doesn't want to talk to us. He's always ducking us, right?
Yeah, we got ducked.
Yeah.
But maybe one of us can, or both of us can get out to the showcase in June. Well, not you. I suppose you've got no money now.
I don't know. I guess I'm gonna have to hoof it if I want to go.
Yeah, or hitchhike.
Yeah. But apparently there was you mentioned this before we went live, but there was an earthquake in New York. You mentioned, because you were like, did you feel the earthquake? And I'm like,
Apparently.
what? An earthquake? Where?
I mean, I'm not sure. I saw a tweet that was like there was an earthquake in New York, and I was like, wait, what? And I thought, isn't Chicago next to New York?
No,
I don't know.
Chicago is not next to New York. No. No,
I know
sir.
American geography, bro. Oh, I just hit level 60.
Chicago and New York, Illinois and New York are separated by no, I wouldn't necessarily say a vast distance, but it is.
There you go. It's right next to each other.
No, they're not
Easy.
right next to each other. See, it woke up
up the
Elijah
road.
in the chat. He said it woke him up.
Just up the road.
No, it's not up the road. It's not up the road.
Around the corner. Little quick little jaunt.
See, this isn't like Germany, where like Germany is basically like 1 mile by 2 miles by 4 miles or whatever it is, where everybody knows each other. Super small, like Europe, right?
Man,
U.S. is
yeah,
huge.
dude.
When I was like, when someone was like, well, don't you and Colt live not by each other? I'm like, bro, like if I wanted to go visit Colt, it's like a 4.5 hour flight. They're like, what? Well, yeah, I'm like, he lives in, Washington, and I live in Illinois, and that's a good 4.5 hour flight. Max speed with the plane,
I don't know.
So-
I don't know why I thought they were close together. I thought it was like because you got that whole pizza rivalry going. So I thought maybe it was like you were next door neighbors or something, and you trade blows or you throw pizza over the border or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
I really want to try deep dish pizza, but it looks like heart attack on a plate.
Yeah, I don't like deep dish pizza. I do not like it.
You're not very good
So-
at being Chicago.
I am not. I don't like mustard on my hot dog. I like ketchup, which will get you killed here.
Oh my god!
I don't like
I
deep
like
dish
mustard
pizza, which is everybody's like Chicago's like, well, Chicago pizza's better than New York pizza. Not deep dish, it ain't.
People put mustard on hot dog in Europe.
I mean, mustard
well.
is supposed to be the condiment you put on a hot dog, but they're like, you cannot put ketchup on there. And I'm like, I hate mustard. So ketchup, I'll put ketchup on a hot dog, but that's supposed to be a no-go here. You will get
Damn.
looks. People will look at you
Damn.
like you're absolutely insane. They'll look at you like you're an Xbox fan, essentially. Yeah.
Oh,
You know?
You went there.
Like,
Yeah. It's really funny, like food culture and stuff like that
mhm.
in different places. Everyone's arguing now about what you put on hot dog in
Yeah.
chat.
What do
Love
you put on your hot dog, chat? What are the condiments? You put relish, onions. I mean, onions are good, but grilled onions. Get some grilled onions on there with some ketchup.
Oh, yeah.
It's really
Oh, yeah.
good.
Mm.
People be like
Do
mustard and cucumbers and stuff, and it's like no.
Do you know what? Do you know what I put on mine?
What?
Mayonnaise.
Oh my god! Of course you do.
Hell yeah.
course.
Mayonnaise on everything, baby. Mayonnaise just goes with everything. You can put mayonnaise on literally anything. Pizza, hot dogs, toast, mayonnaise sandwiches. Just mayonnaise on a sandwich.
People are
It's
like, I put
delicious.
mustard and ketchup, mustard and barbecue sauce. Okay, mustard and onions. I mean, onions are good. Blue cheese dressing. Oh my god. Tom
Medicine
Henderson.
says, No time
We're
for
we're
veg.
getting we're waiting for Tom Henderson to leak something. Come on, Tom.
No, we
leak
don't like
something.
leaks. We
Oh,
don't like
well, that's
leaks.
true. But we don't like leaks.
Tom's ruining everything, man. I just hate leaks, man. I just don't like them, bro.
Yeah.
Oh shit! I found a note.
But were you? Because Insider Gaming wrote an article about your teas.
Oh, that was very kind of Insider Gaming.
About you teasing State of Decay 3, perhaps it was?
Oh, I don't know about that.
I mean,
Well,
you were
when
teasing
was
something.
that?
I don't know. I saw an Insider Gaming article.
Never. I don't remember teasing State of Decay. What are you talking about?
I don't know. I'm just
Fake
saying.
news. It's
I
fake
saw
news.
something. Let me look on Insider Gaming website. Insider
Insidergaming-gaming.com. It's a
Insider
good
Gaming.
website. Free plug for you, Tom. Three
Let's
clicks for you
see.
there.
We got Call of Duty Black Ops Gulf War to be featured at Xbox Showcase in June. Is
Oh.
Is this insider info? Uh,
Ah.
Tom Warren at The Verge is reporting that this year's Call of Duty title Black Ops Gulf War will also be featured at this year's showcase. Tom Henderson wrote this article 22 minutes ago. And Insider Gaming can corroborate that this is the plan. But the game is currently set to be revealed prior to the showcase in a more traditional fashion and outside of Warzone. Interesting.
Ooh.
So not only is maybe Gears going to be there, but now you have Call of Duty Black Ops Gulf War. Interesting. But then, where was your thing? People always talk about Call of Duty, the Vanguard game being awful. I guess, or like one of the worst selling Call of Duties, but
Vanguard
sold like 30 million copies.
It's Vanguard's terrible, but still sells 30 million copies.
I know this Call of Duty still. Yeah, here we go.
Man.
State of Decay 3 teased by Insider for the June Xbox showcase 9 hours ago. Let's take a look at this article. Written by Tom Henderson. Windows Central's Jez Corden has teased that State of Decay 3 could be making an appearance at the June Xbox showcase. I don't know what he's talking about. Taking to Twitter, Corden said, quote, "I'm excited about Gear 6 for the June Xbox showcase, but there's another game whose state I'm incredibly excited to learn more about."
Yeah.
The tease here is State, which many fans believe is referencing State of Decay 3.
Could be anything. Could know the state of contraband or the state of Indiana Jones.
Yeah, sure.
Could be anything, bro.
Yeah, sure. But people know you really are interested in State of Decay 3 and don't really care about contraband like that.
Again?
Tom says check out Tom's on The Verge. I think he said Flight Sim release etc. at 2 at the bottom. We all know why Tom listens to this podcast, because he's just waiting for Jez to say something so he can write another article, right? So Tom's here. He's got it playing. He's probably playing Call of Duty or doing something else. He's got it in the background. He's just waiting for Jez to say something Xbox related, little insider-ish, little leaky stuff, and then boom, 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 clickety clack, go the keys on the keyboard, and there's another article, right?
Nah, Tom's playing Fallout 76 with me.
Oh, is he?
No. I'm the only person playing Fallout 76. I know who is into Fallout 76 quite a lot recently. Phil Spencer.
Ooh.
He's been playing a lot of Fallout 76 in recent times. I'm over encumbered. I've got like 400 carry weight. I hate encumbrance, man. I hate encumbrance in games. I just want to loot everything, but it's never a good idea to loot everything. I know you're not a big Fallout fan, right? We've established this on previous shows. That Rand doesn't like fun games. Art house games.
I like Elder Scrolls more than I like Fallout. I'm not the biggest Fallout fan, but with that said, the Fallout TV show looks really good.
You think it could convert you to being a fan?
I mean,
I'm playing Fallout 76 right now, and it's running on the Fallout 4 engine. And I'm looking at it. It's like, man, it looks dated, especially coming in from Starfield.
It came from 20.
Like
yeah, but I mean, you're talking about a game that is 9 years old at this point.
I know, yeah, it's shocking though, because you don't think of it like that, because it's still really relevant. Like, it's still growing.
Yeah, but even then,
really
like Fallout's not Fallout. The Bethesda games have never been like the standout graphical, blow your mind type games, So even back then, they were sort of behind the times a little bit in comparison to other games like it.
But it's 76 is like really behind the times now. But it's fun, it's just fun building stuff, looting, shooting, and the game actually has NPCs and a story and all these other kinds of things, and dungeons and God knows what. It's a very different game from what it was back in the day. So it's kind of nice to see, but I do think, man, can you imagine if they'd launched the Fallout TV show on top of a next gen Fallout 5? Can you imagine and if the TV show was really good, it would have driven the hype levels to insanity. And they are doing some cool stuff in Fallout 76 for the TV show, I think, but I think most fans are just really really desperate from Fallout 5 at this point.
Yeah, well, you're gonna be
And
real desperate when we go into the next decade, and there's still no sight or sign of the next Fallout.
I believe they've got a plan.
You got about 11 years, bro, before there's another Fallout game.
I've got to believe in my soul that they've got some kind of plan before.
When you put it in a tweet, we were like Fallout in bio, making fun of all the bots here on Elon Musk's X, right? I responded with Fallout 5 in 2035. Because yeah, I mean, I know they're early on Elder Scrolls 6, but I'm not expecting Elder Scrolls 6 until like minimum 2027, probably 2028. Wouldn't be surprised if it was 2029, right? And then after
they were teasing it, saying the early builds are, giving them those old school feels.
Mm-hmm.
Man, it's tantalizing, dude. I mean, I really like Starfield overall, but I don't think it fully scratched the itch. It was too spread out, And every now and then you would get the classic Elder Scrolls Fallout feeling from it, and it was usually in the densely populated areas, like Neon. I really started to feel like, oh my god, this is actually like, Fallout in space. I started feeling like that when going through Neon, and then some of the side quests in different areas, and some of the side quests where you can do like hilariously mean things as well. But it was just so spread out, and I think it didn't really reach the heights that the classics did. So I think they will have learned a lot from that whole stuff. And I think they'll probably when they do finally release the expansions, I think that a lot of the feedback will feed into that. But anyway, what was you going to say, Rand?
Tom had mentioned Mr. Warren's article, and I have it up here. There's a couple interesting things here. Tom says, sources familiar with Microsoft plans tell me that the company continues to evaluate other Xbox exclusive games coming to PS5. I understand Sea of Thieves will be a key test for whether other games might make their way to PS5 or Nintendo Switch. It's interesting that it's Sea of Thieves that's the key test and not Pentiment or Hi-Fi Rush.
Yeah. Because I guess it's a foregone conclusion, because Sea of Thieves is like one of the most pre-ordered games on PlayStation right now.
Yeah, it's going to do. It's highly pre-ordered, but it's also like, if that was the case, why not just put Sea of Thieves on there and not like Pentiment or Hi-Fi Rush? Because it seems the prophecies go. If it was based strictly around just Sea of Thieves, why not just do Sea of Thieves?
You've got to look at the types of games. Like they're quite diverse in their formula. You've got one that's like
a game nobody bought.
Yeah, it's like another. You got a small indie game. You've got a local multiplayer game, and then you've got a bigger single player game, and then you've got a AAA service game. Mm-hmm. So they're probably going to be like, well, it's probably not worth it for us to put some of the single player games on there. I'm sure they'll be like, maybe the single player games are what we use to market Game Pass, and maybe that's better, for us.
Better.
That's better for us. That they live.
Get a drink of water. Get a drink of water. Right?
Yeah.
But Tom also says, as the Xbox strategy continues to evolve inside Microsoft, and Microsoft is in the middle of planning for the big summer showcase, I understand this is set to take place on Sunday, June 9th. That's a little... I mean, everybody knew it was going to be Sunday, the June 9th, because Summer Games Fest is the week before, so of course it was going to be Sunday. And Microsoft is currently planning to announce a new Gears of War game at the show. But is Special Dick going to be redeemed and Jez going to be destroyed? Will we see the Gears collection, perhaps? Perchance? Maybe. A Gears announcement won't be the only new Xbox game at the show, which will also include release dates for upcoming Xbox games like Microsoft Flight Sim 2024, Avowed, Indiana Jones, and of course a new Call of Duty that's set to debut later this year. Interesting. From Tom Warren. But anyways, let's we gotta get some shout outs for the good old, wonderful, amazing, exemplary people who support us on Patreon. patreon.com/XB2. I believe the question thread is up. Anybody wants to go in there and drop a question, you can do so. We do have some shoutouts, and I can see Paris Lily has dropped by the chat. Interesting, Paris. You know that when we're on XCast, you're nowhere to be seen, but as soon as Jeff Grubb is on there, you're there with bells on.
Rand.
You know what I mean? What?
Apparently you misspoke.
What'd I misspeak?
And I actually missed this because I think I was lagging, but apparently you said special dick.
I said special dick?
Apparently.
No, I didn't. Did I?
Apparently.
People are probably just hearing things because I definitely never misspeak. I never mispronunciate my words here on this podcast. I never, I speak perfect English.
Perfect English.
I wasn't in speech therapy for many years during grammar school, so I definitely wouldn't say those combinations of words. You know what I mean?
Man, Fallout's so confusing. You really like that, didn't you?
I guess I'd have to go back and listen to it. But yes, we got Patreon shoutouts. We got Just James 93, Jay Peltier, Thurgus, Christian the Password, Book and Beard, Holy Dark Death, Steve Stompy, James Wiseau, Trickster for Trey, Grandest a Bit, Battered Haddock, Army Dude 52C, Ryan Kipple, Foreign Object, Mythic Marty, Moronic Donkey 99, Randall Thor 19, Silas, Eric Gregory, Elijah Vasquez, James Moore, Fantasticals, Halo is the GOAT, K-Track, Sprite Tundra 1, A Nice Cup of Liber Tea, Justin Duel, PB Broking, Ace and Madison, Governor Grimm, DZ Huffin, Achievement, Scarecrow 121, Darren Tropy, Prof JJJ, Ghostface Killa, and Wolfgang KPZ. Thank you guys so much for supporting the show and everything. So if you guys want to drop a question, make sure you go over there. We were going to have an Xbox 2 Ultimate this past week, but Jez was busy with work, so we couldn't do it. Hopefully we'll have something this upcoming week for you guys.
Yeah, we definitely need to do it next week because the week after I'm going on a secret mission again. And
You're going on a secret mission? Where are you going? Can you not tell the peeps yet?
I'm going to London. Going to London, bro.
Going to London? Are you visiting a studio, perhaps?
Maybe, baby.
What studios are in London, people?
Oh, all the studios are.
All the studios are in London. But you didn't get to get to preview Hellblade though. You'd be the wrong person to preview that game though. I would have been livid if Jez was like, "Hey, by the way, I'm going to like Cambridge and I'm previewing Hellblade 2." I'd be like, "You don't deserve it. You've been trashing that game for years."
Wow,
I would have went right to like Phil Spencer and I'd have been like, "Listen, you cannot let Jez go play Hellblade 2 because he will write like an article about all you do is walk forward. The game's so boring compared to World of Warcraft.
Well, come on, no game.
Overwatch is so much better. You know.
Come on. No game can hold up to World of Warcraft. It's not fair. It's not a fair comparison. But no, I didn't get to preview Hellblade this time. But it happens. But I did see the previews, and we are going to talk about them. It looks very, very shiny. It's a very shiny looking game.
We definitely will be talking about them.
Indubitably.
So, anyways, what do you want to talk about? What do we want to talk about? Where do we want to begin here? I guess.
Where do we want to begin?
Talk about what I've been. What I'm playing. What I played. What I finished. Right.
I'll go on then. Hit us. What have you been playing?
I finished Final Fantasy VII Remake.
Interesting, because you did say you were going to talk. You were going to give that a little razz. And how did you find it, Rand?
It was very good. It was very good. Although I could see people never playing Final Fantasy VII Remake being like, "What the F is this?" Right? Because even me, someone who loves dearly Final Fantasy VII, but who hasn't played Final Fantasy VII in a long time, there's stuff that is imprinted in my brain. But then there's also some stuff I don't remember, right? Because it's been so long. So I can imagine someone new to the franchise being like, "What's going on? A lot of this doesn't make sense."
Yeah, it's a strange one. I think I do talk about I did talk about it before when we discussed Final Fantasy 7. There's some things they did with the story which are a bit metaphysical and a bit
Yes.
weird, and I didn't like it. Without spoiling it, because I think there probably will be people who go back and play it because of um the sequel. But yeah, overall, I really liked it. Overall, I really enjoyed it. I really did end up warming to the combat. And like, how did you feel about the combat? Did you do everything? Did you do all the boss challenges and all that kind of
I
stuff?
mean, I did all the VR ones. Like I fought, like
Hmm.
Shiva and Leviathan and stuff. I thought the combat was fun, and it kept my attention for most of the game. I think by the time I got to chapter 16, I think I was already 28 hours in the game. I was kind of like at that point where I was like, all right, there's some side quests that opened up in chapter 14. I don't really feel like doing them. Even though I did all the side quests leading up to there, it was just like, oh, there's some side quests here. There's like a whole bunch of them. There's like 9 that open up in chapter 14, where I did all of them in the previous chapters. But when I got there, I was kind of just at that point where I was like, no, I just want to finish this game. I'm not really interested in doing the side quests at this point. But no, I mean, I enjoyed the combat. I could see the evolution from what Final Fantasy Remake was doing to what they decided to do with Final Fantasy 16, which was definitely like Devil May Cry inspired and stuff. But
Hmm.
yeah, I mean, being back in Midgar, with Cloud and Aerith and Tifa and Barrett, and seeing the things that were the same and seeing the stuff in the story that was changed or slightly altered, it was definitely, I don't know. You when I told you I finished it, you were like, really already? I'm like, yeah, because it really did keep my attention for that whole time. It is a nostalgia bomb, like on an ultimate
Oh
level.
yeah. Oh
Especially
yeah.
if you played those games and you have fond memories of it, like hearing the music or the different orchestrations they use for like Tifa's theme or Aerith's theme, or just like the main, like anytime I literally started up that game, I let the main theme play through before I started up, because it just gave me
It
this
is so
it just
nostalgic.
gave me this
Yeah.
like fuzzy feeling. Because for me, nostalgia is not necessarily about like, oh, I remember playing this game. For me, nostalgia makes me remember that point in time. It makes me remember all the things that were connected to me at that time. So like Final Fantasy VII, it makes me think about my friends in early high school, because
Wow.
it came out in 97, so I would have been in high school. So it makes me think about my friends I was hanging around with. It makes me think about other things I'm not going to mention, but it really makes me remember the
It makes you
younger.
remind you of the criminal, the crime
No,
days.
not the crime,
Ra-
waves, but it makes you.
Randall crime wave.
No.
A one-man crime wave, Randall Thor.
No, I just sit there and I just reminisce about the friends, because I haven't seen my friends from high school in a long time, so it makes me nostalgic for that period in my life where this game takes place. Hearing that music, you think about the friends that you were so tight with back then. You think about like some of the things that happened, and you just I don't know. You get this. It's a very unique feeling, and
Okay, yeah.
it's just like it was. Sometimes it was overwhelming hearing some of that stuff, but no, it was a very fun game. I was very engaged, liked seeing everything. Combat was great, and I'm very curious to see where they go with the story. I'm very curious what they do with Rebirth, because Remake was basically as linear as you can get, maybe even too linear, right? It's really a lot of
It is
sections were just
quite
pushing you
aggressive,
forward, and almost too linear. And normally I wouldn't necessarily say that, but some of the times, like the way when you were walking through areas, like there was no space to move. It was like 2 feet to your left there was rubble, and 2 feet to your right there was rubble. It's just, no, this is the one direction you're going on, right? So I'm very curious to see like how they transition from linear to essentially wide open spaces, open world, and how that affects. I have seen some complaints that about like, oh, it's if you just want to do the main story, it's a little bit more difficult because there's all these other things. And when I play an open world game, I can't pass things up. I don't know if anybody else in chat is like me, but when I'm going through an area and I see like a quest marker or I see something that can be done, there is some compulsionary thing in my brain that says go do that. And I can't just bypass it, especially early in the game. Maybe towards the later where I'm really like, okay, I'm in that mood. I want to finish it. Maybe I can skip this stuff. But in the beginning, it's very difficult for me to skip optional stuff because the way I normally play a open world game is I clear an area and then I move on to the next thing. And I know I think that's just how the next game's kind of set up. So I'm worried for my that I'm going to be spending all this time completing checklists before I move into the next area. So we'll see. It's probably in the next game, at least the next big game I'm going to start there. I might play some shorter games in between just to give myself a break, being like, oh, I did Remake and now I'm going to do Rebirth, but I didn't want to go back to back on that. So yeah, that was a lot of fun though. It was a lot of fun. I'm very happy I went back after the 4 years and finished it, started it over. Very interested in seeing where Rebirth goes. And after that, it's like, well, it might be just Cyberpunk time, or Hellblade time.
Yeah, you've been saying that for how long now?
Shut up. You know what? You better hope that I don't get a lot of my backlog stuff cleared, and then I come for Persona. Because God forbid if I beat Persona before you, Jez.
No, things that won't happen for 500, please.
Oh, you don't want to say that. You don't want to say that at all.
Sure, bro.
Someone sent me this tweet from Charlie Intel that says Insider Gaming also reports that Xbox may be gearing up to make announcements on old Call of Duty games coming to Xbox Game Pass during the June game showcase, but it's not clear yet which Call of Duty games. Oh, it's happening, Jez.
Maybe it's even going to be before then.
Oh. Is it before then? Are you sure?
I mean,
Tom Henderson hearing this? This is article worthy, I believe.
I don't know. I don't know anything, man.
You sound like you know something.
I don't know, man. I'm just interested to find out more about the state of Call of Duty coming to backwards compatibility, bro. I don't know.
Aren't most of the games on backwards compatibility?
Oh, Game Pass then, whatever.
No, Game Pass. Okay.
Look, I'm fighting a legendary Scorch Beast here. Bear with me, okay?
Okay.
I don't think this game is very, very good to play on a podcast because it's actually quite difficult.
Yeah, this isn't like Overwatch where you just basically
you just sort of like you just play Moira and win. That's an Overwatch. But this is like, oh my god, this legendary Scorch Beast is actually kicking my ass. I got a feeling you meant to fight these in a group, but it's just kicking my ass. Going through my Stim packs, dude. This game's fun, man. You should play it. We should play it together. We should make a dedicated server on XB2.
No.
Yeah.
Not interested in playing Fallout 76.
You don't really like service games, do you, man?
No, I mean, it's not saying that I won't play them, because I have put in a lot of time into PUBG, as you well know. I put a lot of time into Call of Duty Warzone, as you know. I did put a lot of time into Apex Legends. I even put some time into Rocket League, but eventually, my friend group just gets bored of them, and once you're bored of it and you're done, and you never go back. So,
are you playing a game with your friend group at the moment?
No.
What's their go-to game? Are they all playing Helldivers, I'm guessing?
They played Helldivers for a bit, but even that eventually got boring, and they played enough to the point where there was like, all right, we sort of did everything, and there's nothing more to really do. So
I get yous.
One of them is always looking for the next multiplayer experience. But there really isn't a lot of multiplayer games if you're not really into the service stuff. Because it was interesting.
That's the thing about certain multiplayer service games. It's like, it doesn't leave much room for newcomers, does it? If your multiplayer service game doesn't immediately compete with your Fortnites and whatever else, rest of it, you end up getting shut down. Well,
that's what when we had mentioned last week when we were talking about Marvel Rivals.
Oh yeah.
It was just like, here comes another live service, and sure, the IP might get people in the door to check it out, but will they continue to play it after after a week?
Yeah.
And you don't really know. And there was that report that came out, Jez, about how basically all the playtime in gaming is being sucked up by all these live service games, right?
Yes, that is true.
Like 60% of all game time are being, sucked up by these games that are like 5 years and older. And essentially it was Fortnite, Grand Theft Auto, or whatever it was, like 27% of all. It was just like, yeah, that's where everything's going. And I don't think that's going to change as you move forward. So the gaming industry, I don't know, it's almost like the gaming industry had this thing where...
doomed.
Well, no, not that it's necessarily doomed, but...
Doomed!
They were looking for, like, infinite revenue generators, right? And it's just funny to remember how back during the 360 gen, like, EA was... If you bought the game used, it was like Project $10, you remember?
Yep.
What they call it's like, oh, you need $10 to get online or whatever it was. Or you didn't get whatever was in the case.
I remember that.
Right?
Yeah,
where they really were gatekeeping that sort of content. But in reality, what they should have been doing is being like, we want everybody to get online, free to play, so we can essentially sell you cosmetics and all this sort of stuff. Mm-hmm. And it's sort of in their search for this unlimited revenue, they've created these huge, monstrous games that need huge teams of support, but then also kind of kills
innovation.
Other games that might be launching because people are too invested in these black hole games, as they call them, right?
I've started calling them black hole games, yeah.
It's kind of the industry kind of created its own problem. But then again, I don't know, would the industry be as healthy if it didn't have Fortnite? Because Fortnite propped up the industry for a long time, and I mean, probably still is.
Whole industry?
I'm not the whole industry, but you know how much money was in Fortnite and the microtransactions, how much money is in Grand Theft Auto. You know, if you remove those games,
Minecraft too, right?
And Minecraft. So I don't know.
It's a weird time in gaming. I've got an article coming soon which touches on some of these points. I've been working on it for ages. I just haven't sort of putting it together, sort of thing. But yeah, it's a weird time in gaming, and I suppose we're going to talk about that as well in a bit, because Xbox is right at the center of it, to be honest.
Yeah.
Microsoft ain't one to shy away from industry change, as we all know.
As we all know, what do we all know?
We all know that Microsoft's not one to shy away from industry change.
Oh, we know. Yeah, well, Microsoft is
often at the result of confusing the hell out of everyone.
Yeah, Microsoft is very much.
But then it makes sense 10 years later.
Yeah, they always want to be the first ones to do something, and maybe they're too early to do something, and the market doesn't like it, and then eventually 10 years later, people are like, oh yeah, maybe that strategy you were gonna do, maybe that would have worked out. But yeah, thank you guys so much for showing up and kicking it with us today on the Xbox 2. If you do us a big favor, make sure you hit the like button as well as the good old subscribe button. They're all free right down there. It doesn't cost you a dime. Just supports the channel. Hitting the like, subscribe. I'm going to get to a couple super chats here, see what people are talking about. We have Andy Ackerman saying with the $4.99. I'm just waiting for Jez to tell us more about his Rand pawn. That's the primary reason to be here.
Yes. Oh, the Rand pawn.
The Rand pawn.
Yeah, so
Dragon's Dogma 2. Right?
I think I actually got demonetized on my own stream for saying that over and over again.
Yeah, did you?
And then being like, I don't mean porn, I mean porn, you know. And then like I requested a manual review, and they were like, oh, actually, yeah, that's fine. So I think the algorithm thought I was saying something else. And this will probably get demonetized now as well, that I've said that.
We can't have that. But Dragon's Dogma announced that they sold 2.5 million copies.
Which
PC,
is,
Xbox.
Respectable amount.
Yeah. Is that more than you were thinking? Less? I believe that was like in a week. It's not bad
It
numbers. It's
was,
pretty good numbers, right?
yeah, it's probably what I expected. I mean, the original was not well received, so a lot of people were probably like, if they were even aware of it, they're probably like, "Oh, Dragon's Dogma is not a brand I care that much about." But I do think like I think it bodes well, and they did come out and say in the same statement we were going to support the game a lot in the coming years ahead, which is really what you want to hear. If it has like monstrous post-launch support like Monster Hunter did, then I think it's a good thing. The game has a lot of problems that could be probably easily improved, and they have started. Like one of the issues being you couldn't start a new game, which is weird and annoying. But they've fixed that already. So, we'll see where it goes. I'm still playing the game, so going for my second playthrough. First game in a long time where I've instantly gone for a second playthrough. I think the last time I did that was, well, Starfield, I think.
Right.
But yeah, it's
So
I'm quite happy about it.
we have sales numbers from Dragon's Dogma, 2.5 million.
Hmm.
And I was looking, and I haven't seen anything, but Square Enix hasn't said anything about Final Fantasy VII Rebirth yet.
Yeah, some people were messaging me about that.
And they
do you
did
think that's a good sign, or well, it's obviously not a good sign.
I
but
mean,
do
they
you think it could be because they just haven't got around to it, or because they're trying to?
haven't gotten around
Trying to-
to it. Like, we just haven't gotten around to it. No, I
I
mean,
don't know. Maybe they got bigger fish to fry, man.
well, they were quick to post what Final Fantasy VII Remake did, and also quick to post what Final Fantasy 16 did.
Hmm.
The game launched on February 29th. It's now April 4th. They haven't said anything. People are led to speculate that maybe it didn't meet expectations or enough big of a number to warrant a press release yet. I don't know. But I'm just saying, like, based on previous actions, them not saying anything would indicate that, maybe it's not the numbers they were hoping for.
Well, I feel like not the numbers we were hoping for.
But that's whole Square Enix whole MO,
are, like,
right?
synonymous. Yeah, it's just like it's that whole thing. It's like, yeah, it's not what we were hoping for. It's like every single time they talk about anything, it's like it's not what we were hoping for. But
I mean, unless they were waiting for their quarterly financials to divulge the info about how much so, but they haven't mentioned the game really at all. So we'll see. And I did see there was some news about restructuring at Square Enix, about how they were going from business units back to studios or something.
Yeah, the Dragon Quest producer, the long-time Dragon Quest producer, has been shifted off the project, and there was some speculation it was because the games had suffered so much delays and stuff, as they've tried to modernize the franchise or something, and it's they're finding it tough. I don't know, man. But I'm a fan of Dragon Quest, although I didn't actually finish the last one. Those are big games. So it's the eternal backlog. But April's coming up, and there's nothing huge I want to play in April, so I'm gonna hit the.
Wait, you don't want to play? You don't want to play Stellar Blade?
Don't have a PlayStation.
Oh yeah,
bro.
but bro, have you
PC?
At least not right away. Is it coming to PC day one? I don't think so. I mean, I think it'll come to PC eventually, but I don't think it's coming to PC day one like Helldivers did. The discourse surrounding that game, though, huh?
Oh, so exhausting.
Oh man!
So
Oh man! Oh
exhausting.
man! Oh man!
I feel like people don't even know what they're mad about. I just ignore it. I mean, I'm all for sexy characters, and I'm all for, whatever kind of sexy characters you like. I don't know why it has to be such a big drama and conspiracy theories and all this kind of stuff. It's so exhausting. I would just play games, I like, if you don't like a game for whatever reason, just don't play it. Just don't play it. Play something else. There's so much to play. There's something for everyone. If you think you don't like characters with don't like games with sexy characters in it, then play something else. Or if you don't think that character's sexy, play a game with a different sexy character in it. Like, I don't know, Baldur's Gate. That's got a lot of sexy characters in it for everybody's tastes, even a bear. I don't
Yeah.
know.
The
I
outrage
just
the
ignore that stuff.
machine and the counter outrage, woke, anti
But
woke, all that sort of stuff just kind of
I hate it. I hate
tumbles
it. I'm
into
so
this huge ball of outrage, and it kind
it's
of
not why
overshadows the
I'm into
game
gaming.
itself. I mean, I've seen people talk about how it's the game. I don't really do demos. I don't know. They're just not my thing. But hearing people talk about the combat and mention how it's kind of Sekiro-ish makes me that perked me up. I'm like, oh, Sekiro.
Oh,
Oh, From
oh.
Software's best game. Oh, because I love Sekiro. So hearing that makes me like, oh, okay. Because I was sort of leaning towards getting Stellar Blade anyways. But hearing that, I was like, okay. But then it's kind of like if you play the game, it's like, oh, you're a monster for playing it because,
I kind of feel like it's body shaming in a way because the character is actually based on a real model.
yeah. But
So
it's
it's like,
become this whole
and people are people not allowed to look like that? There are people that look like that in real life. What do you? I mean, if I was someone who looked like that, and I very much don't, I'd feel mildly offended. I feel like, is that crazy? I don't know.
it's just become this
disgusting.
whole thing though, right?
Yeah,
And it's just I don't know. I always try to
I think what we need in gaming, Rand, is more characters that look like the D4 druid, the Diablo 4 druid. Big chunky guy with a beard, looks like me. That's what I want to see more of in games.
I want to see more of the Rand Pawn. Yeah, that's what I want to
Rand
see.
Pawn's awesome. Someone was actually complaining to me the other day that the Rand
That he's too
Pawn
good?
sleeps a lot. No, he sleeps a
He
lot.
sleeps a lot. There's nobody says this to you. Nobody. This is a lie made up.
He sleeps a lot.
Who said
The
this to
Rand
you?
Pawn does. Um. Well, everyone, because he's got a spell
Everyone.
called, yeah, he's got a spell called Celestial Paean, which makes him fall asleep.
Celestial Peen?
Yeah.
Pause. Jeez.
Yes.
So it makes him fall asleep.
It makes him fall asleep.
Okay. We got Space Dovahkiin, member for 35 months. Hellblade 2, it's probably a true technical achievement for Unreal Engine 5, but people can't pass the 30 FPS dilemma. Happy Friday, gents. Chuck Norris with the $4.99. Just played Ring Fit Adventure. Hope you guys are meeting your weight loss goals. Stay healthy because I want many more years of the Xbox 2, the Filmic podcast. I'm doing all right. Doing pretty good with that. Tate Master Jujutsu with the $1.99. Warren says Sea of Thieves' success determines the multi-strategy. Yeah, we kind of did talk about that. I wonder why the success wasn't based off of Pentiment, though. I guess it would have been a non-starter right from the get-go if that was the case.
Yeah. True that.
Sith Lord with the $1, thank you. Kenny with the $4.99. Will we still see the Sebel controller this year? What do you think about that, Jez? Will we still see the Xbox, the new controller that was leaked in the documents from last year that have haptics and all the new features? I mean, it seems like we're getting the white discless Series X, which was in those leaks. Are we also getting the controller? What do you think?
I don't know. I think the white discless one is probably gonna happen. I think it's too close and it's too obvious, for them to do a discless version. The price has to be right though. And they'll probably write that out for the rest of the gen. Because I do know that they have a really big initiative, a really big plan, a really big sort of a really big, I don't know, engineering effort to pull off what their next plans are. And I just can't help but feel like there's probably not a lot of leeway to do something like the PS4 Pro, PS5 Pro. Forgot what generation we're in. So I think they probably are just skipping to next gen, and that'll probably use a Series S white discless version to carry them over, maybe, and sell it really cheap, hopefully.
Really
maybe
cheap.
Even, yeah, well, cheaper.
I mean, I don't know about really cheap. At most, it'll be $100 cheaper, right?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. About $100 cheaper, I would hope, because otherwise, I don't think anyone's going to buy it. But we'll see what happens.
Interesting. Supernova with the 5
Controller
says
though, I don't know. Just to follow up on the controller.
King
I haven't heard a thing about that thing, by the way.
King hold the line. He heard some voices around Rise. Had handgun meme on you, Jez. Is Rise revived happening?
I don't think so. I don't think so. I don't think you see that franchise ever again, personally.
There was some
Could be
talk
wrong.
and some stuff that Crytek was going to revisit Rise as a complete multi-platform experience game, essentially.
Oh, if it was a multi.
It's part of the stuff that it leaked years ago. Don't know if they're still pursuing those things, but it's definitely something. There's like at least there was some reason to believe that they were, but this was, a couple years ago.
Fair, yeah. To be fair, there's probably money to be made on doing a HD. Well, it wouldn't be HD, would it? 4K remaster or whatever.
Right.
God, what I keep thinking in terms of last gen. There probably is money to be made there, But I suppose it's about whether they think it's worth the effort or not.
Right. Let's talk about. I don't know. What do you want to talk about here? I want to talk about your article, Jez.
Pokemon. Oh yeah, my doom and gloom.
Yeah, well, I don't know. It wasn't this. I thought you were more like arguing every side of the situation.
Yeah, that's what I tried to do. I tried to be. That's why it's 4,000 words long. I tried to.
I was surprised. I was like, "Damn, how long is this thing?"
It took me a long time to write that, and I went back and rewrote bits.
Man,
I usually don't spend that long on an article.
There's some people that didn't like it though. That were definitely were upset.
Yeah, so a lot of the people I noticed who were upset didn't actually read it.
Of course,
and they were mad about things that I either addressed or didn't say, or quotes that they'd seen online taken out of context and didn't have the full blown context or whatever. So I just sort of ignored those comments. But most people who actually did read it found somewhat to enjoy from it. So
did you get any? I guess did anybody from within Xbox talk to you about this article?
Yes, actually, a lot of people from Xbox messaged me, and some people agreed with it, some people didn't. But some people were sort of like acknowledge the fact that I don't have a full picture of what their plans are. I did kind of after the fact, I did kind of start to learn, because people read it and then they were like, "Here's what I think you should know about our strategy, and here's what like, here's what we're doing to some degree." And they did sort of, some of the points that I'd made about like questions, things I was confused about, they did actually give me explanations for, and and like being like, "Yeah, we're aware of this, and here's what we plan to do, solve it, and stuff like that." So like I don't have the full picture of what's going on, of course, because it might not pan out. Maybe they'll change plans again and stuff like that. But I do understand the method in the madness now, and I'm going to put some of those details in an article when I've got them together. So I'm a little less doom and gloom after going into
pessimistic
all that stuff.
Jez. I mean, because that is your default by nature. You're more on you're more like glass is empty type of person rather than like glass is even half full. You're like this bottle of vodka is almost empty.
Yeah, it's easy to be cynical, especially when you don't have all the facts, right? Mm-hmm. So like you fill in the gaps of your knowledge with cynicism or optimism, if you are that kind of person. So, but I'm definitely someone who errs towards cynical, I guess. But yeah, I'm less pessimistic than I was before I wrote it because of some of the conversations I had, and I'll go into more details because there's a lot of information. And I kind of want to like go through it all in my notes, which is why I'm being vague here now.
Is there anything that you could be less vague about, I guess?
Well, not right now. I'll just say that I'm not worried. I'm not worried, and I think they have.
What aren't you worried about? Are you not worried about the direction Xbox is heading? Are you not worried about their plans for their hardware? Are you not worried about because you made mention in there about like, hey, Steam, Epic stores, and an Xbox piece of hardware that could be the death of Xbox, because if you could access Steam from your Xbox console, Why would any developer make an Xbox version of a game when those people could just go to Steam and buy, like, because there's a lot of trouble porting stuff, that those sort of things.
Yeah, I mean that was a big talking point of the article. Was like, what the hell is the point of the Xbox operating system if Steam and Epic Game Store is there, right? And I suppose that is one of the sort of complicated things I need to write about, because it does pertain to the way the console industry is going, which is nowhere. I don't know if you saw Matt Piscatella put out a graph showing console sales overall and they peaked. Console sales peaked in 2028, and they've been going down.
2028? What, 4 years from now? Man, we're from the
2008.
future.
2008. Sorry.
Okay.
2008.
So it's been downhill ever since 2008.
Yeah, it's either sustained or been downhill, right? Revenue's gone up overall, but again, the business isn't selling consoles; it's selling game services. That's why, like, you've seen a situation where games try nickel and dime you so much, and that pre-order bonuses, FOMO, and microtransactions and all that kind of stuff. So the revenue's gone up because they've found growth in other ways. But Gen Z and Gen Alpha don't. Gen Z doesn't want consoles as much as millennials did. And the worry is that Gen Alpha, the next gen after Gen Z, won't want consoles at all. So a lot of this stuff is preceding that idea that you've got to be everywhere. Every screen has to be an Xbox, right? I didn't really know what that meant before. Because I was like, well, cloud ain't good enough. Cloud's too expensive, and Apple blocks it. So how can cloud be the solution when there's so many things that block it, right? But it isn't cloud. It's the Xbox hardware is still going to have a huge role to play. And in fact, I would say Xbox hardware is still going to be the central role for that. But and also to that end, there will be exclusives, And I think, like, to answer your question about Epic Game Store, and Steam on Xbox, if they do go ahead and do it, then that would mean you need your exclusives, right? Probably more than ever. It's the reason why you don't see Epic Games put Fortnite on Steam, because they want you on the Epic Game Store, and they use Steam as that kind of gateway. They use Fortnite as that gateway drug, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah.
Interesting. Well, I look forward to this.
I'll put it all together.
Yeah, I look forward to this.
I already see people doom and gloom in the chat. Jez, it sounds like they're giving up on hardware. They're not giving up on hardware. They're not giving up on hardware. I'm telling you now, they're not giving up on hardware. In fact, they're investing more in hardware than they ever have.
Interesting. Interesting. We have Aquaman with the 5 super chat. What are your thoughts about gaming on a projector? Jez, have you had a chance to test out the Samsung Freestyle portable projector that has the Game Pass app?
No, I haven't. I actually do have a projector, but I've never tried it.
I've never gamed on a projector. I'm going to say, like, I've never watched anything on projector, but obviously I've been to the movies. But I've never owned a projector, so I've never watched anything in the comforts of my own home on a projector or gamed on a projector. So I don't have any opinions about that because I'm not sure, because I've never done it. But I didn't even know there was a projector that had the Game Pass app. That's news to me.
Yeah, I didn't know that either. I mean, there are projectors that run Android, so you can just sort of like, you can literally do it that way, right? But
well, we got a super chat here from Andy Ackerman, $4.99. That's because the bottle is almost empty. Jez is an alky. Oh, he's calling me an alcoholic, Jez.
Yeah.
That's not very nice.
To be fair, I haven't had a drink since Christmas, I think.
Yeah.
It's a long time. It's a long-ass time.
It is a long-ass time. One of the games that a lot of people are looking forward to, and that showed up at Xbox's E3 in 2021, and people have been waiting for a long time, is Team Cherry's Hollow Knight Silksong. And it got a store page, not only on Nintendo, but on Xbox, where you can wishlist it. And it even got rated by a lot of the ratings boards. And Xbox employees started talking about it and teasing it. Jez, are we actually going to be getting and seeing this game soon? Like, is it going to release this year? It better, because it's included in my fantasy game critic thing. That was one of the things I took. But it almost seems with it being April, is it one of those things where it shows up at the June showcase and gets a release date for this year? I mean, something's happening, right? I mean, you wouldn't have people talking about this, Xbox employees or having a store page ready. It seems like the game is actually finally going to come out after all these years, huh?
Yeah, I don't think you set up the pre-order page and the wish listing system if it's not imminent-ish.
Ooh, so you're maybe even before June.
No, I don't know. I don't know anything about Team Cherry's pipeline on that, but I don't think you do that if it's not close-ish,
Mm.
you know. But I don't know. I mean, it depends on. I mean, this is the thing. They want it to be ready, you know. It's got to be as good as it possibly can be, I guess. So it depends on the team. It sounds like they've probably delayed the game a lot because, you know, looking for every single which way they can improve it and stuff. But yeah, I don't know. I'd have to look more into it.
Yeah.
You a fan of Hollow Knight, right?
Oh, dude, I really enjoyed Hollow Knight. I know people talk about like the best Metroidvanias ever, and Hollow Knight's always up as people always put up as one of the best, if not the best. I wouldn't say it's my favorite, but it's definitely up there in terms of absolute quality experience. So yeah, I've been looking forward to the sequel, and I think the Team Cherry is like 5 or 4 people. And if you remember, it was included in their Xbox's 2021 E3, which was everything you see is coming in the next 12 months. Or was that their 2022? That was their 2022 show.
No
I
idea.
get the years messed up, but I think that was 20. Would that have been 2022? Yes, that was
No
2022.
idea.
Like everything that you see here is coming in the next 12 months, which didn't pan out very well for them. But yeah, I would definitely. That's a day one game for me, and coming to Game Pass, which was a surprise when it did get announced for Game Pass a couple years ago. Although that was also teased by insiders on social media and stuff.
That's true.
You did have an exclusive that you were teasing earlier today. What did that end up being? Did it end up being the thing about Kareem Choudhry?
Yes, it was.
So what
about
happened on
Kareem
that?
Choudhry.
So what's going on with Kareem and another reorg going on? Leadership reorganization?
Yeah, so Kareem leaving triggered the reorg, from what I understand. It wasn't like initially I wasn't sure which way around it was, but from what I understand, Kareem leaving is circumstantial circumstances or whatever. It wasn't a layoff or anything like that. And it was amicable. You know, Kareem's very loved at Microsoft. I know that. And it just kind of life happened. But I don't know the exact reason from what. But yeah, so because of that happening, they've sort of what they've done is they've rather than the AI team or the advanced technology group, or what do they call it now? I can't remember exactly what they call it off the top of my head. But Kareem was leading an org that explored future tech for the Xbox platform.
Right.
And right now, that focus was artificial intelligence. How can AI feed into all that stuff? And because of Kareem leaving, they've decided the best thing to do is to put that organization underneath the hardware team as part of the big hardware effort, which is, you know, ongoing for next gen, which we presume includes a handheld. We don't know for sure yet, but I'm pretty sure it does include handheld. So yeah, Kareem's leaving. It's if you don't know who Kareem Choudhry is, he's the guy who made It Eats Monsters for Breakfast,
Mm,
or It's a Monster famous. He's that guy. He was instrumental in developing some of the high-end tech for the Xbox Series X, Xbox One X. He always worked on the cutting edge aspects of Xbox. He originally worked on Outlook, I think, back in the day, which, of course, huge innovation, changed the world. And then they worked on augmented reality, Kinect technology, which ended up not being great for gaming, but to this day, Kinect camera sensors are used in all kinds of medical equipment, which is crazy to think about. The fact that it went from being a gaming thing to being like a high-powered infrared but affordable camera for very niche business use cases. Um, so he worked on that. Then more recent times, he worked on backwards compatibility, the emulation layer, and he also worked on xCloud and making all that work and all that kind of stuff. So that's Kareem Choudhry. He's moving on from Microsoft after 26 years. It sucks because he's a great dude. Met him multiple times and a huge innovator for Microsoft. But, not everyone stays in the same place forever. So, yeah, as a result of that, AI team's going under the hardware team. Um, Jason Ronald's still leading the charge on the hardware team there. Underneath Rowan Sones, who oversees all of hardware, not just, the Xbox stuff. Rowan's in charge of things like improving Windows for handheld devices and all that kind of stuff. So there's that aspect of it, and that's pretty much everything I heard.
interesting. Kareem Choudhry leaving. What did he do before he was doing what his current job was? What he was doing like the xCloud stuff. Was he still doing that, or was he doing something different?
Before xCloud?
Like yeah, because bef- I guess like before when he was in the videos for like the Xbox One X to eat monsters for breakfast. He wasn't on the xCloud team then, right? He was doing was he on the because I forget
Well,
like
he was
all the
always it
different
was always it was always involved with the advanced technology group.
okay.
So it was anything that required a bit of innovation. So, stuff like the Hovis method and and other kinds of graphics tech, DirectX and all that kind of stuff. The magic stuff, which I don't fully understand, the high tech stuff. But yeah, it is what it is. Life happens. And we'll see where it all goes next.
Was this the way you made it sound was like this was like sudden, right? This wasn't like planned. It was kind of just it just happened.
I don't know how sudden it was because they did a reorg last
It seemed like they constantly
October.
are doing reorgs.
Yeah, they did a reorg in October. That was specific to ABK. And I think they did a leadership streamlining thing in January. And what they've been doing for the past 6 months is trying to line up what their future plans kind of look like. And to that end is like making sure people are put in certain places for certain things. There's a new org that revolves around regulators, for example. Microsoft's had to deal with a lot of regulators recently, and that kind of stuff. So yeah, this is all about setting up Xbox for the future that they believe the gaming industry is going in, and making sure that all um it all sort of they're ready for it really.
Interesting. Have you met Kareem when you were at the showcase last year?
Yep, I met him multiple times. He's a great guy. He's
Yeah.
really smart. And someone told me today that he's someone who really cared about the fans and the users. Like he'd really advocate for the customers before anything else.
Well, that's not good if
So
he's leaving.
yeah, maybe.
That
Yeah, it
doesn't sound like a
sounds like
good.
it was awesome.
Yeah.
Sounds like it was awesome.
So, yeah, I wonder how that's gonna pan out. Because he's been there a long. Gamers felt or what they
Yeah,
wanted,
I
right?
did like Micah Blizzard for that reason, as a Blizzard fan, right?
Right. Well, yeah. So it's just sometimes you worry about like, oh, who are you surrounding your team with? Is it people just like, yeah, I'm a marketing dude, but I don't play games. And that was always one of the reasons I liked Ybarra, and it seemed like Kareem was, along that same line where it was very much like, no, I'm going to be a voice for them because I'm just like them. And I remember hearing that not everybody in those positions were essentially like never had picked up a video game, and it was for them
Mm.
it's just a job, right? Which it happens, but it's just like I don't know. It's kind of like I want those people in the positions of power to be, like Mike or even like Phil. Like Phil's very much a gamer, but I just sometimes I wonder like the people surrounding him in those positions of power, like is it just a job to them? Do they even really have an inkling about how people feel or what it means to be a gamer and all those sort of things, or it's just like, hey, I'm just here to collect my check. I don't really care. I'm gonna do what's best for business. I don't understand how these people think, and I don't want to understand how these people think. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean Phil plays games, we know that. I know Sarah plays games, and it might not be like the super hardcore level like Mike does, because Mike is a hardcore gamer. Like the dude's insane at shooters, and he pushes like plus 25 mythic keys in World of Warcraft, which is brutally difficult. Maybe Mike's getting carried.
Mm-hmm. Could tell you stories
Mike's
about Mike being carried in Destiny. Could tell you so many stories.
No, I'm joking. I just wonder if Mike's listening.
Nah, he wouldn't listen. What would
But
he listen for?
nah. But Mike's hardcore, man, and I think like it's good to have people like Mike at a higher position in gaming. But um, yeah, I do think you need a balance. I don't think you could have a whole team of Mikes. I
Probably
think
not.
I think at some point you do need someone who's like, okay, and this isn't to say Mike doesn't have a business head, but I do think like you need someone who I think you need a team that complements each other. If someone's got a weakness in one area, maybe there's someone who's can prop up that, and it does sound like Microsoft's building that kind of team out, but we'll see what happens. There's a lot of uncertainty because there is a sort of, I don't know, there is this big shift going on, and I just saw an article come up where um I just saw an article where it was like this is from Larian Studios. I just saw it come up on my feed, and Larian's director of publishing did an interview with Stephen Totillo, and he's saying like video game marketing's dead. Like you can spend all this money on video game marketing, but nobody cares because of the black hole games. So now it's more like about communications and how you frame things, you know. Um, how do you reach the today's sort of gamer, the younger gamers who they will literally just ignore marketing and they will just play what influencers are playing. When Asmongold plays any game, it blows up, absolutely blows up. That's like your marketing now. That is, it's all influencer stuff, right? And adapting to that sort of universe is difficult. And it's kind of scary, really, because you keep seeing these studios try to make games that are basically literally influencer bait. Games that are basically like, um, like for example, Five Nights at Freddy's. We saw like this whole wave of games that were like jump scares, jump scares, jump scares to try and bait streamers to play these jump scare kind of games, right? Um, I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing, but it's a different thing. It's changing, it's evolving, and all that kind of stuff. So it's about adapting to all that.
Indeed. Let's talk about my most anticipated game of the year. My most anticipated game since it was revealed in 2019, Hellblade 2.
Hellblade.
Because previews are out. I mean, I didn't know the previews were coming. I sort of figured there would be previews because the game is releasing on May 21st. So I figured, well, maybe in a month beforehand we'll see some previews, and we did. We saw IGN have something to say. GameSpot had something to say. Not too many people apparently got to play it, but reading all the previews from IGN to GameSpot to whoever else, extremely positive, right? Talking about what the game's trying to achieve, how the game looks, and I know you aren't the biggest Hellblade lover, right? You're very, you always needle me about it. When I was DMing you yesterday,
trolling.
you're always trolling me, and then I got to troll you back about Blizzard and World of Warcraft. But even you said the graphics look next level, right? Of what the graphical fidelity, the realism beyond realism that they're trying to achieve. Did the previews do anything for you? I wanted to ask this as someone who's like not super interested in what Hellblade is doing. I am, right? Like, I'm sold. I don't need to see any more of Hellblade. I know I'm probably going to love it, but as someone who's, yourself, who isn't the most interested in it, did reading those previews or seeing what the game looked like, did that do anything for you? Does that change your mind about whether or not, you wanted to play it? Because I don't know if you're going to review it for Windows Central or not. Because for the most part, the previews are glowing. So what was your take on all this?
I mean, it's the genre, man. Like, for me, like, I can appreciate the art, but when I play a game, I'm looking for a specific kind of experience, and that's like, I want to feel like I'm in control, and I want to feel like I'm, immersed in the game. Like, I'm role-playing almost, right?
Mm-hmm.
But, like, I feel like with games like Hellblade, they push it too far in the direction of it being, I'm a spectator, right? And there's nothing wrong with that. It's just not what excites me about games.
Okay.
So when I play Hellblade, I'll play it as someone. I just watched Dune 2 last week.
And how was that? We didn't talk about that. What did you think of Dune 2?
Incredible.
Yes?
Absolutely incredible. It was everything I wanted.
I would imagine you saw Dune 1.
Yes, of course. Dune 1, I watched Dune 1 as well last week. I watched Dune 1 and then went straight into Dune 2. I've seen Dune 1 like 3 or 4 times now. I've watched it a lot, and I loved it. I thought it was brilliant. So many highs, so many great moments, and really memorable, But it's a movie, and I when I play games, it's a different part of my brain that I think gets massaged, I think, when I'm playing a game versus when I'm watching a movie. So like when I hear things about Hellblade, like all the fights are one-on-one, and kind of like, again, it sort of puts me in that frame of mind of, and there's nothing wrong with this. It's just like, I will perceive it more of an interactive movie kind of experience rather than a video gamey game kind of obsession. But movies are never an obsession for me,
Right.
It's hard to describe what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I mean, just looking at some of these previews, we have IGN saying Hellblade 2 is shaping up to be another beautiful nightmare.
Oh.
What?
Apparently we're buffering.
We're buffering.
Apparently.
Let me check OBS.
Oh, it says we're back.
Oh, yeah, it did disconnect.
Is it live again? I think it's live. I'm seeing it live on my end. Are you there, Brent?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, people say it's all right now.
Yeah, I'm looking at OBS, and I did get a notification 10 minutes ago. Stream has disconnected, attempting to reconnect, and then a minute ago, stream is disconnected, attempting to reconnect. So
my internet's spotty as well. It's weird. But anyways, I'll
But
edit that out.
but we're all good, chat. We're all good. Everything's good.
We're all good, I think.
Shout out
We're
to
good.
Mash for becoming the newest member on the of the channel. Hopefully, everybody is still here. Okay, we're all back. Everybody says we're back. That's good. So, yeah, just take a look at some of these previews for Hellblade 2, my most anticipated game of the year. We got IGN saying Hellblade 2 is shaping up to be another beautiful nightmare. Each swing of the sword comes with a heavier weight to it, emphasizing the damage every plunge into a foe's flesh causes. Dodging and parrying remain key components, just as reading the rhythm of your opponent's attack stays vital to your survival. These tells are something you'll need to keep an extra keen eye on this time around too, as the parry window for Senua to meet steel with steel appears far less forgiving. Because the combat does seem more brutal, right? I know they've switched to 1v1, which was, I mean, Hellblade was always about intimate combat encounters. And I do recall in the game, because I played Hellblade 1 twice. I beat it on PlayStation when it first came out. Because there's always these people like, oh, you Xbox dudes, you didn't like Hellblade or Ninja Theory until PlayStation or Xbox bought them or whatever. And I'm like, that's BS. At least for me. Because I played Hellblade 1 on PlayStation day one. And I beat it there. And then I played it again when it came to the Xbox the following year. So I'm someone that loves the game. But the first game, yeah, you would fight multiple enemies at the same time, up to like maybe 3. But the combat system you really couldn't go beyond that. So it seems like they pared it back, and it was like it's more going to be, even though there might be a big battle going on, you're ever only going to fight one. And just judging from some of the trailer footage or the footage that these websites captured, I can already tell the different animations, how much more brutal and realistic it's going to be, and the idea of like you really got to pay attention because the parry window was pretty large in the first game, and if they're really narrowing it down, that means like you're really going to have to focus, and like each battle might be a struggle, which is something that's I am very much looking forward to. We have GameSpot saying Senua Saga Hellblade 2's combat looks beautiful and feels badass. They said the journey feels like it's going to be fantastic. I played about 40 minutes of Hellblade 2 during a visit to Ninja Theory Studio in Cambridge, and I was enthralled. It's not often you hear the word enthralled, Jez. Have you ever used that word in one of your articles? I'm not even sure. You've ever enthralled, right?
I've gone beyond enthralled and used words like ensorcelled, bro.
Right. Because I do see a lot of concerns about the combat being one-on-one, but as someone who's played it from GameSpot, they said the combat feels badass, and they were enthralled, which makes, me really excited, right?
Maybe
it works.
Like, how varied is it though? How varied is it?
We'll have to see, right?
I think I kind of built up Hellblade in my head to be like something else. I think when they first announced it, because I was kind of like, okay, Hellblade 1 was a smaller game. From a small studio. Now Microsoft's going to buy the studio, they're going to expand the studio, and now Hellblade's going to be like a full-blown action game or whatever. I just kind of had that expectation for no reason, which is, that's a me problem, right? But like now when they talk about one-on-one, cinematic, and all this kind of stuff, I can't stop imagining the way that Hellblade 1 was, where it was just like, a few combat scenarios with pretty much the same enemies doing mostly the same things. And then maybe there's a couple of parts where there's a slightly different enemy. They're all humanoid. And then there's a slightly different enemy. And now there's 2 of the same slightly different enemy. It's that kind of thing,
Right.
So like, if they are gonna, it is gonna be like varied and, I don't know how to put across what I'm trying to say. Like when I'm coming in from games like Dragon's Dogma or Monster Hunter or anything else, these games feel like they're so dynamic and reactive, and you can do all kinds of things. You feel like you've got a lot more agency. I never felt like I had any agency when I played Hellblade 1. I felt like I had no agency whatsoever. I was a spectator, just sort of moving the thumbstick forward occasionally. So I'm still kind of skeptical overall, I think.
Hmm.
But I still managed. I still enjoyed Hellblade for what it was and for what it was, for what it is. But it's not the kind of game that gets me really excited or like that I would obsess over. So obviously I'll play it because it's on Game Pass, and that's the beauty of Game Pass. I don't have to like let my assumptions preclude me from playing the game because it's on Game Pass and there's no risk involved. And
True.
that's probably the beauty of Game Pass when it comes to these sort of different-ish games that sort of go off template. So I'll definitely play it, and I'm definitely interested. And it does look amazing. Like,
Yeah.
I just hope that it's more than just an Unreal Engine technical showcase.
I just want it to be Hellblade, bro. That's why when people
It's cool.
when
I
people
know you
like
like
you
those kind of
were
games.
talking about the idea of like, well, it needs to be more. People had put out there, oh, it needs to be God of War. It needs to be a 40-hour experience. It needs to have upgrade trees.
What I was hoping for.
But that's not what I wanted. That's not what fans of Hellblade would want.
Well, they did. I mean, some of the comments have been controversial. They did put out
Sure.
they did put out comments saying our fans want short experiences, and you're here telling me that's the case. You do want a
I
short
don't
experience.
think Hellblade works in a 30-hour experience. At that point, you might as well create a new game. The way what Senua is and her voice is and how bleak and dark and dreary that world is, I don't know if you want to spend 30 hours into that. Would you? That's why I think like
No, I
an 8 to
would.
10
I would.
No, you wouldn't.
I would. Dude, I love Dark Souls. What are you talking about?
Dark Souls
I love
Dark Souls and
I
yeah,
love
but Dark
dark and
Souls
dreary and depressing.
yeah, but Dark Souls is about overcoming the boss in front of you, right? It's about
Yeah, what if Hellblade was a Souls like? That'd be sick.
not everything needs to be a Souls like. I hate that.
No,
like,
it's fine. Yeah, not everything needs to be a Souls like, but if just for me personally, if you want me to get more excited about a game, then it needs to be more of a video game. That's all I'm saying. And it's totally cool, and I'm glad that these kind of games exist. I'm glad Pentiment exists. Not for me. But like I'll enjoy it for what it is, but it's not something I'm going to be like, man, that was one of the best games I ever played, because it's less of a gamey game and more of a interactive experience. And there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that. You know?
mm,
And I think that's kind of why I think they know that it's not going to be for everyone. I don't think it's going to be this kind of game that I think it'll review well. Sly says I want every game to be made by Ubisoft. I think you're new to the show if you think that. Definitely don't want every game to be made by Ubisoft.
there's one publisher
Capcom-
Jez doesn't like. It's definitely Ubisoft.
Yeah, Capcom though. If every game was made by Capcom, that'd be fine. Although, mind you, every game would be you'd be paying for microtransactions to fast travel then.
Yeah.
No, I'm joking. But or if every game was made by Blizzard, that'd be sick.
Yeah, that'd
Although
be
then every game would look like Pixar.
Yeah, and we'd have a game
Imagine
like
if
once every 6 years.
Hellblade is like with a Pixar style. Oh man.
Right, Polygon
Anyway,
Polygon says Hellblade 2 will finally show us what an Unreal Engine 5 game can do. There's no doubting the craft on display or the immersive sense of presence this game has. It may be a sequel, but it feels like the start of something, like a true next-gen experience should.
and that's just amazing, and that's like again, I will play it and I love it. And kind of like the original. I played that with headphones. It was a cool experience, a really cool experience. But yeah, we'll see. Like, I'm kind of hoping because they've teased Gears 6, or Tom Warren's teased. No, Jeff Grubb and Tom Warren.
Yeah, we'll get to that. We'll talk about that. But yeah,
Yeah.
because there's still more to go with the Hellblade story, right? Like Games Radar says 6 years after his acquisition, Ninja Theory is ready to set a new standard for the Xbox Series X exclusives with Senua's Saga. From what I played of Hellblade 2, it's clearly on track to be one of the most important exclusives that the platform has hosted this generation. Not only is it a fluid and responsive action-adventure game, boasting best-in-class visual fidelity, It's also an experience with something meaningful to convey. So, like, you read all these previews, and Games Radar also is the one that ended their video saying that it's so good the game needs to be on more platforms so more people can experience it, right? And it's kind of like, have you said that about other games and other exclusives, or is it just about this one because Microsoft opened up a Pandora's box about their games? Like, did you end your video with Spider-Man 2 being like, man, Spider-Man 2 is so amazing, but, you know, it definitely should be on more platforms so more people can experience it? I doubt it. But with Hellblade 2...
Gaming Bolt?
Or Gaming Bolt. Yeah, Gaming Bolt, my bad. Whatever.
Yeah, Gaming Bolt was like, oh, this should be on more
They
platforms.
sounded so salty that, one, it was good, and two, that it was on the Xbox, that they're like, it deserves to be on more platforms. But it's like, yeah, you'd never say that about, like, Zelda or any other game on any other platform. Granted, Microsoft started all this whole thing by doing the 4 games, so, you know, they're partially to blame for this, but I don't know. It's funny to see just some of the media out there being like, put it on more platforms, it's so good. It's like, okay, well, you know.
Yeah, they never say that about other platforms exclusive.
No, they never.
That's
And they never will. But a lot of the positive previews and how the game looks and the step up visually, talk about the true next-gen experience, has kind of been overshadowed by your favorite frame rate, 30 FPS.
Hell yeah.
Filmic has made its way back, and it was revealed during these previews that on the Xbox Series X and X consoles, Hellblade is going to run only at 30 FPS, and there'll be no performance modes. And, you know, basically, I think they said this was a creative decision because they wanted to feel like a cinematic experience, essentially. But then, of course, if you want 60 frames, there's the PC. So this is, once again, this was kind of a talk we had with Starfield, when Starfield was revealed to be 30 frames on console on the Series X. And now, once again, Microsoft's next exclusive is 30 frames. So there's obviously the whole world's most powerful console can only run Xbox exclusives at 30 frames, right? Which is a talk about the console and its capabilities. And just in general, 30 frames, is it acceptable? Is it okay? Et cetera, right? What... I know I have some thoughts on this, but I know as someone who is basically your whole motto is I play for fun, not frames. So I have a feeling you'll be perfectly fine, and you'll say that 30 frames don't matter. What are your thoughts on the whole 30 frames talking point and controversy in this game?
Just doesn't bother me. It just doesn't bother me personally. I will happily go from Overwatch at 120 frames per second on my Xbox, on my TV, my 120 hertz TV. I will go from Overwatch at 120 hertz and then jump straight into Dragon's Dogma 2 at 30 frames per second, and it just doesn't bother me. It doesn't bother me at all. And I think I'm someone who, you know, recently I went through Silent Hill again, the original Silent Hill 1. I played that with my cousins over Christmas, right? When everyone was visiting. I was like, you want to see what a real game looks like, you younguns? I'll show you. Now, my PS1 doesn't work anymore, but I got the disc, Silent Hill 1. So I fired up Duck Station, and Duck Station has all these like enhancements you can do to old games. And it's like you can smooth out the pixels. You can boost you can do like what they do back. You can do like FPS boost, where you increase the speed of the game and then slow it down so you can get 60 frames a second or whatever. You know, all that kind of stuff. But no, Rand, I refuse. I play it old school way. 24 frames a second unlocked with a cap of 30 frames. With all the pixels at a glorious 380p or wherever it is, you know, we do it the right way, and I will happily do that. You know, I will happily do that. You know, And Tom Warren's there. If you play Hellblade 2, it's 60, 120. If you want to go back to 30. But that's not true, Tom. That's not true. Because I play Cyberpunk happily at 30 frames per second because that's the only way you can get the ray tracing. And it looks better to me with ray tracing turned on. I will happily play a single player game with 30 frames per second to get that next gen sexy crazy shadows, the crazy fidelity. I will do it, you know. I will absolutely do it. And I don't care who thinks I'm crazy. I don't care. I want the best picture quality possible. And I think that's valid. And I think secretly a lot of other people feel the same way. And they won't speak up because honestly, I don't think they would include the option to play games at 30 if people weren't using it. You know? People are using the fidelity 30 frames per second option. The real outrage should be at least there should be maybe. I can see the argument that there should be an option. I can see the argument that maybe you could. I don't know if Tom Warren says Rand can have both his 4090. I think Rand's got to sell his 4090 because he's got no money now. IRS took it all.
Yeah.
But in theory, there should be the option, right? That's the real argument. There should be options. Maybe Hellblade can be like, I'm not a dev, but maybe there's things they can do. Overheads they can pull back and use that to boost the frame rate to 60 frames per second, But I'm not a dev and I don't know. I don't know what is the hard bottleneck behind the 30 frames per second on console.
Probably
Maybe
some of the Unreal Engine 5 features that it seems like Hellblade 2 is using all of them, like all the new features of Unreal Engine 5.
Yeah, and maybe it's just like, maybe it's their artistic vision and they're like, look, we don't want to turn the shadows off. We don't want to design the shadows in such a way that they can be turned off or they can be crushed or they can be scaled back. We don't want to design the textures so that there's multiple versions of the textures or whatever, or scale back the compression or whatever and stuff like that. I'm not a dev and I don't know, but what I genuinely believe is that it's not as trivial as some people are making out, where it's like, oh, they should just add a switch that automatically switches it to 60 frames a second immediately and then Bob's your uncle, I mean, we've seen, like, for example, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth as they're having patches to boost their 60 FPS version because it's ugly as hell. It's ugly as hell. And I was playing Evil West. Evil West has a 60 FPS mode and I'm sure it's improved now, but when it launched, their 60 FPS mode was ugly as hell. It was blurry, it was compressed, and it looked sickening. And I'm just like, I ain't playing this game looking like that. I want the sharp edges. I want the smooth textures. I want the smooth shadows. I want all that stuff. And it's not an online game. It's not first person. And it's not like I don't gain any advantages in the game for playing it at a higher frame rate, So yeah, that's my take on it, right? And I don't care. I'll die on that hill. It's a me thing, I won't advocate for all games. I don't advocate for all games to be 30. I've tried playing Overwatch at 30. It's not fun. It's not a fun experience, But it doesn't bother me. It just doesn't bother me. I can't pretend to get outraged about this because I'll be too busy playing the game or playing games and having fun, And I think, like, at the end of the day, if you do want the frames, that's what PC is for, These systems are pretty cheap for what they are. And
but also at the same time,
therein lies the trade-off.
People talk about the promises that they've made before the generation start, right? People bring up
that's what my editorial was about. It was about messaging sometimes, where all of Xbox isn't always on the same page when it comes to talking, or maybe they're talking.
Well, it's not even Xbox. It's PlayStation as well. Like, games are gonna be 4K 60, and like nothing's 4K 60, right?
Will 30 frames per second be okay if Grand Theft Auto has?
Of course. 30 frames per second was okay for Dragon's Dogma. 30 frames per second was okay with Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, right? If people want to play a game, they don't have access to a PC, 30 frames will be okay for those people, right? People trashing Hellblade 2 at 30 frames are probably gladly enjoying Dragon's Dogma 2 at 30 frames on their console. Now, of course, are you happy with it? Like, is it ideal? Am I happy that Hellblade 2 is 30 frames and not 60? Of course not, right? I would much prefer, and ideally, when I play a game, I would rather it at least be 60 frames per second. I think it's a noticeable improvement over, playing at 30. And I've said that for every game. And I'll usually test out the modes, being like, oh, how's this play at 30? And play it at 60 right after, and be like, oh, God, this is so much better. But I am also somebody that loved my time with Starfield. And Starfield was 30 frames. And I felt it was...
No, you're not bothered. You're not bothered by it.
Well, no, it's not that I wasn't bothered by it. It was just like Starfield to me...
You've seen the light. Filmic is better.
Starfield was fine, but Redfall wasn't. I don't know. It seemed to me there was a difference between Redfall's 30 frames and Starfield's 30 frames. Well, Redfall was vomit-inducing, where Starfield's felt fine to me. Now, would I want Hellblade 2 at 60 FPS? Absolutely, if there was an option there. And this is where, look, I'm not a game developer, right? But they saying, like, this is our creative vision. We want it to be cinematic. And I get, like, hey, make the game that you want to make, the cinematic vision. But if it's, like, truly your creative vision that the game be 30, how come it's not locked to 30 on PC? Does, like, PC not suddenly follow your creative vision anymore? Because on PC, if you have the PC to run it, it's going to be 60 and everything. So is the PC version of Hellblade 2 not the version of the game that you had intended when you built it? Because if you were building it as a cinematic experience at a lower frame rate, then clearly the PC version wouldn't be the PC version wouldn't be the version you were thinking of. Like, imagine if this was being made only for PC. They wouldn't come out and say it's their creative vision because the game's going to be at 60 frames. So there's a part of me that wonders if there's a bit of double speak in here, where this is more of saying it's a creative decision because they couldn't get it to run at 60 on the consoles. So it's an easy excuse, quote unquote, to be like, oh, well, no, we wanted it to be cinematic. So that's why it's only 30 FPS and we don't have performance mode. But then you go to PC and it's 60 FPS. And it's like, well, wait a minute. On the other platform you're launching it on, it's not a cinematic experience because it's running at 60 frames and you're not capping it.
Yeah, I'm not happy about some of the excuses, So, and I think some of this is probably on Microsoft's fault rather than the dev, where they don't want to admit that it's it's a technical constraint or whatever. I think like at the end of the day, the best option is that there's options. Let people pick and choose. Develop your game in such a way that you can turn off certain features in order to get more frames if that's what people really, really want. But sometimes I think like you just can't develop games like that. I mean, I thought it was interesting because like you talked about Final Fantasy VII Remake, right, Rand?
Mm-hmm.
And about how you were playing it. So I ended up getting FOMO and I reinstalled it.
Okay.
I reinstalled Final Fantasy VII Remake. And it's the first time I've run it on my 4080. Like the last time I played Final Fantasy VII Remake was on 2070, my old laptop, and it did struggle on my old laptop, So I was just kind of like, yeah, I want to see how hard I can push the graphics here. So I opened up the graphics settings, and I was like kind of surprised how few options there are. You can't really tweak that much of Final Fantasy VII Remake's graphics on Steam, on the Steam version. There's not a lot of options there to play with. Like some games like Gears of War, for example, like Gears Tactics especially. Gears Tactics was an absolute showcase for graphical options in a PC game. It was like, to this day, I think Gears Tactics, like there's been no other game, maybe Gears 5 itself. Like, I just really remember Gears Tactics lets you change everything about the graphics with like all these kind of sliders, and it even had like a little picture which showed you the effect that your sliding around would have on the game. Like every single aspect of Gears Tactics you could modify to your to your heart's content. But Final Fantasy VII didn't have that stuff, and I can't help but feel like it's because the game was just not designed from the ground up for that. I think like Final Fantasy VII Remake, at least on my PC, if I can remember correctly, it was like you could either have it at 30 frames or 60 frames. There's no options for going to 90 or 120. There's no option for unlocked frame rate. There's no option for all sorts of stuff. I'm not even sure if VSync was available as an option off the top of my head. It's a bad example, right? But I'm sure, surely VSync was there. I don't know, but yeah, there wasn't a lot of options. Is my point. And I think it has a lot to do with the way the game's been ported, the way the game's been developed from the ground up, and maybe it's just like it is what it is at the end of the day.
Yeah,
I'm fine with it. I'm fine with it.
I mean, I know my statement of like, well, why aren't they locking it on PC? I know the PC people wouldn't stand for that. They'd be like, They either wouldn't buy it or they'd figure a way around it, so you're not going to be able to do that. But to me, it came off as like just, I don't know of a better word than excuse, because it's 30 on one, but it's going to be 60 on the other, and it's like, well, it can't be your creative vision then, because it's on the other platform you're launching it on. It's going to be 60, so that kind of invalidates what you're saying.
Creative vision? Yeah.
And I sort of wonder if it's like one of those things where they could maybe do it on the Series X, but they couldn't on the Series S, and maybe they didn't want to have disparity along the console lines of a first-party game having different modes and features, and they just like, all right, well, it's going to be just 30 across, right?
Yeah. But I do think that Xbox fans are a little sensitive at the moment.
Well, yeah, because they were sold the monster that eats monsters for breakfast, and out of the three,
I think in general, like I don't think there'd be so much latching onto this if things were in a less uncertain time.
Because I
do think people will not be bothered if GTA is 30 frames.
No, sure, but GTA is GTA. But people were still upset with Starfield, and that was before all the current stuff was going on. People were not happy with Starfield running at 30. People were saying, well, why wasn't there like a unlocked option if you had VRR where Starfield could run at 40 like Plague's Tale Requiem? Why isn't there an option here with this? Right? Like, why couldn't there be an unlocked option where if you had VRR, it hit 40 instead of 30? And yeah, some of it's obviously, console war-ish. Like, the PlayStation fans are going to make fun of the Xbox fans about the power of their console, and just how it so happens that the 3 next-gen only games Xbox has released, all 3 of them have come out at 30 frames. Now, Redfall eventually got a patch for 60, but at launch, all 3 of their next-gen only games hit were only 30 frames. I'm trying to think if Hi-Fi Rush was current gen only, but I believe that was on everything. I think it was on Xbox One. I'm not 100% sure. So a lot of people look at it and be like, well, what the hell? Especially with how the Series X was marketed before. 60 FPS is the standard that Aaron Greenberg has said, even though he said like, but devs are, can do whatever they want. People thought that like 60 was going to be it, and then Xbox's own games come out and it's 30. So now people are wondering, hey, is Avowed going to be 30 frames? Is Perfect Dark going to be 30 frames? Is, XYZ, is Fable going to be 30 frames? And then you talk about true next-gen experiences, and a lot of people don't think of 30 frames as a true next-gen experience, right? They think of really good-looking fidelity animations at 60 frames as, next-gen. So when they see articles talking about Hellblade 2 and they call it a true next-gen experience, and then they mention 30 frames, to some people that's incompatible. But then you read all the previews, and even the people talking about the 30 frames were like, I wasn't bothered by it at once. It It feels great, what have you. And yeah, you could make the argument that maybe Hellblade 2 is a game that doesn't need 60 frames because of its one-on-one battles, right? It's a game where you're going to be exploring the environment and lining up puzzles for her psychosis. It's also going to be a game that's heavily cinematic with cutscenes and things of that nature. It's not essentially a Twitch shooter or a game that requires high precision inputs to get through. And some people are going to be like, that's perfectly fine, and I'm sure, because I was thinking, I was like, well, I could play this on my PC, and I might actually, for this game, I might actually do both. I might play through it on my console just to see what it's like, to give this is what it's like to play through it on my console. And then it might actually then be a game, because I have a feeling I'm going to play through it twice. Then I might actually then try to experience the game on my PC at 60. It might actually be the first game I play on my PC, right? Just to see the differences between the two. Maybe that'd be, like, oh, what's it like on one and what's on the other as someone who's like a PC noob. I don't know. I was hoping it would have a 60 FPS mode, and it's kind of like, well, it's disappointing. It's that it doesn't. It doesn't ruin my excitement for the game at all. It's still my most anticipated. I can't wait till I get the game, whether it's May 21st or whether I get it early. I'm probably still going to love it no matter what. It's just one of those things where it's like, it takes just a little bit of some slight wind out of the sails. You're just like, damn it. You know what I mean? But, now I have my own, I have my own remedy for it. You say if you want 60 frames, get a PC. It's like, well, I do have one, so we'll see. So I might for this game, I might try it on both. I might be like, let me see what it's like on the console at 30 frames, and let me see what it's like on PC as someone who's a noob, and see if is it going to be something where I'm like, oh, bro, I can't go back, or if it's like maybe not that big of a deal. I don't know. But either way, the other sort of news that came out from this Jez, was Taim, the co-founder of Ninja Theory, left, and he's been gone for some time, right?
Yeah. He posted a thing on Instagram.
Yeah, he said on Instagram, "Cat's out of the bag. Yes, I've left Ninja Theory, the company I founded and led creatively for 20 years. Exhausted, proud, and satisfied. I was ready to step off after Hellblade, but stayed on for 2 more years to make sure the foundations were in place to fulfill our mission to craft life-changing art with game-changing tech, which you'll soon see in Hellblade 2. I'm forever proud of and grateful to the ninjas, and I just want the world to know Ninja Theory is safe and sound in the best hands possible. Huge shout to Microsoft for taking care of our baby and letting us grow to become who we are. As for me, whatever I do next, I'll always be a ninja." And I think people sort of knew he was gone, because if you follow him on Instagram, he's kind of like very much out partying with Instagram models and stuff, right? So it's kind of one of those things where I wasn't shocked when it came out, like, oh, by the way, he's gone. It was like, yeah, I mean, if you followed him on Instagram, it seemed like he had been gone for a little bit of time anyways, because he sold his company probably for hundreds of millions of dollars, and now he's living a good life, right?
140 million, I think.
Or whatever it was, yeah.
That number just popped out of my head. I think it was that.
Yeah. So, hey, man, he built the company, sold it, and he's just enjoying life. I mean, isn't that the goal of everything? Right? Isn't it? What about us selling Xbox 2, Jez, so we could, because I think what you said, if you were in his position, you'd be gone, he'd never see you again too, right?
I mean, well, this is the thing, right? When you sell a company, you kind of have to have these retainership periods where it's like you agree to stay with the company for so long to make sure everything's okay. So like a lot of the studios that Microsoft acquired, which were, wholly owned by someone else, a lot of those people have left. Jeff Strain left Undead Labs, gone off into the sunset. Shinji Mikami left, and all that kind of stuff. So it's not unexpected. And I don't see why anyone should be shocked, really. Like you said, you weren't shocked. I wasn't really shocked. You can assume that anyone who sold that company for a shitload of money probably ain't going to feel like working much anymore. You know, the whole world opens up to you when you become truly financially free. You know,
Hmm.
you can do like for example, if I was financially free, I think I'd still do the podcast, but I wouldn't be writing every day. Hell no, I wouldn't be
Mm.
writing. I'd still do the podcast because it's fun to do the podcast, and it's not tons of struggle and stress and pain and misery at times. I love my job, but it's some days I could do without it, like any job, But the podcast doesn't feel like a job, so I'd still probably do that. I'm sure some of these people will still make games, but it'd probably be like in a more low key kind of way. They work for a smaller company, maybe a company like where revenue isn't the focus at all, and there's no urgency. There's no like we've got to get this shipped out because we've got cash flow and all that kind of stuff. All that kind of stuff just goes out the window. And you just have like a different mentality about life and all that kind of stuff. Which is why, honestly, I was so surprised to see Chris Metzen come back to Blizzard.
Mm.
Because Chris Metzen obviously sold Blizzard, and he would have had mountains of shares in Blizzard. And Blizzard sold itself multiple times. So, I imagine Chris Metzen's probably quite well off, but he came back because he loves Warcraft, and that is so inspiring to me. But that's rare. I kind of feel like Todd Howard might be another one of those kind of people too. Like I can see Todd staying all the way through to Fallout 3's out the door. But people retire eventually, and if you've got the means to do so, then what the hell not, right?
Miyamoto's still at Nintendo. He's getting up there in age.
Yeah,
Maybe he's just like I'm just gonna do this until I die. You know?
yeah. But
Because what else am I gonna
Japanese
do for some
work
people?
cultures thinks,
Yeah, true.
Japanese work culture is different though, isn't it? Sometimes I think
Yeah. So
Japanese are built different, bro. What's that meme?
we're
I
built
don't know.
different. I am still super excited for Hellblade 2. Like the way it looks, the story they're gonna tell. Like I'm so ready, and it's like, all right, we're almost here, a month away, right? A month and a couple weeks or whatever. So cannot wait. Cannot wait for that game. We got a super chat here from Chris R. $5. Any idea about the status of the next Halo? Xbox had Master Chief on a Twitter ad today. It's not like them to advertise Halo or advertise in general. Ain't that the truth? Well, no,
It is crazy that people are like, "Oh my god, actual advertising."
yeah,
for
no,
Halo."
with the Master Chief and Halo, what's going on? What are
Yeah,
they
it's
doing?
crazy.
I mean, they did advertise Halo. I mean, it was on the box. Remember, it was on the back of the Series X, but then the game got delayed a year. So I mean, like they do, and I think even I was like, maybe it was a Taco Bell commercial with the Series X where it was like the Chief. Maybe I'm misremembering that, but I mean, they do a lot of like advertising when like a new Halo's coming. But yeah, I was kind of surprised to see that Halo ad today. I don't know if there's anything like coming soon, because I even seen people talk about certain Affinity Jez, and they just recently had some layoffs, and they're not sure. I mean, people aren't sure if certain Affinity is even working on anything Halo related anymore.
Yeah, I have no clue, no insight there whatsoever.
So, but yeah, so when Chris says any ideas about the status of the next Halo,
Zilch.
you
I
would
don't
be
know
like,
a damn thing.
no clue.
Nothing that isn't already out there. I mean, you already know that they've got they're spinning up new teams and they're hiring, and some of the literature talks about like working on the next big thing for Halo, that kind of vernacular verbiage or whatever. So we know there's stuff cooking, but it's probably going to be a while. But I do kind of feel like the fact that they're marketing Halo again is probably like it's a good symbol of the state of Halo. The fact that we've gotten to a point now where Halo Infinite isn't embarrassing to talk about and is in fact pretty damn good from what I've heard. Gaz, our old buddy Gaz, had a really great video up on his channel recently where he sort of like outlined how much Halo's improved, and it was good it was a good watch for me as someone who doesn't really pay attention to the Halo, sphere. So it's cool to know that it's come back a little bit, but it's really tough, to cut through those black hole games, those everything games, those like the games that vacuum up all your time, your Fortnites, your Minecrafts. If you aren't amazing out of the gate, it's really hard to bring those fans back, And I think Diablo was going to have this problem too, where like I'm sure Diablo will get to a point where it's like, oh, this is actually really good now, Season 4 changes for Diablo look amazing, but it's really hard to get back there, And World of Warcraft, as an example, World of Warcraft had, I think, 20 million subscribers at its height back during Wrath of the Lich King, and then they had Cataclysm, which was terrible, terrible end game and stuff, and poorly balanced, and they've never come back from it ever. In all those years, they've never come back from it. So, it'll be a huge feat if the 343 team can really truly redeem Halo's image, because I think more than ever going into next gen, those pillar franchises like your Forza, your Gears, your Halo that you associate with the Xbox brand, they're going to be more important than ever, I think, Rand. Because I do think they will be permanently exclusive. I don't think you will see Halo on PlayStation. I think you'll see a lot of, future Xbox games on PlayStation, the service games. But I think Microsoft's going to want some pillar franchises that are sort of iconically Xbox. And I don't think you can afford to do Master Chief dirty. Master Chief has to be handled flawlessly, man. But I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah, but it's very cool to see, because I saw like a tweet from Mike Minotti where he was like, "No, Halo's really good," and then that kind of had a lot of people tweet about it, about like, yeah, it's been great. Gaz's video where like Halo's in this great place right now, and I wonder what Pierre's gonna do with, he fixes Infinite, but what's he gonna do when he gets to launch his next
his own game?
Like, what is his plans for whatever's next, and what do you do? What is next? I mean, that's the thing that's you'd have to decide. Are we continuing on with Halo Infinite's story? Or are we going to do a hard reboot? Start over from the beginning? Do we do like where are we going here? You know what I mean?
I'm really interested, like, what hardcore Halo fans think about that idea. The idea of rebooting everything, remaking the original, remaking the second game, maybe taking it off in a different direction.
Dude, maybe do it like Final Fantasy VII Remake, but have some changes, and maybe have like,
oh, you're playing with fire there, Rand. You are playing with fire there, Rand.
That is true.
Yeah, I've never been a huge Halo guy. People in chat are like, so yeah, this is the duality of man. One person says hard reboot, please, and then another one, do not reboot.
Mm-hmm.
The duality of man. This is Halo all up, man. Some people do not reboot. No, never. This is the issue with Halo, like, in these legacy franchises. Like, how can you possibly get new people into Halo if you don't do something different and new and all that kind of stuff? Like, stuff like Batman has been rebooted how many times, and comics get rebooted. I was reading about Unicron from Transformers the other day. Man, I have some strange interests. Like, yeah, sometimes I just let YouTube's algorithm take me on a journey, and I ended up watching a bunch of videos about various different Transformers, and I was watching these videos about Unicron from Transformers, and I had no idea how many different versions of Transformers there is. Like,
there's a lot of different versions.
Yeah, there's a lot of different comic lines. I mean, obviously, I knew like about the classic G180s Transformers, and then like Beast Wars, which was probably the same continuity. And then like I didn't know there was like this a Japanese exclusive anime. Um, and then there was all these. There was a UK comic and a US comic, and then all these other cartoons, and then obviously you got the Michael Bay Transformer stuff. I had no idea how many continuities there were, but it's Halo's kind of like an outlier where like it's sort of one continuity, and the hardcore Halo fan base won't let them move away from it. Now, I have the privilege of not being a hardcore Halo fan, and I can sit here like saying I wouldn't mind a reboot because it would mean that I can get on board. You know, maybe the younger generations can get on board. Maybe Halo can like, you know, be something to a new generation, and people don't feel like, oh, if I'm coming into Halo. I mean, what are they going to call the next the next Halo game? Is it going to be Halo Infinitor, Halo 6? Like, if I'm coming
Halo
into Halo
7.
6, yeah, Halo 7, whatever. Like, if I'm like a Halo fan and I'm coming into the next Halo and it's like called Halo 7 or something, it's kind of like, it's like, man, like, where do I start here? And people start, you know, you've got stuff like the Prometheans or whatever they're called, and those weird light things, which I don't even. I played out of 4 and out of 5, and with all them robots in, and I was just like, none of this is registering to me because it's so weird, you know. I don't know. People are really upset about this discussion. But I don't know. And then yeah, someone said, look, the Halo TV show is its weird own
Yeah, it is this
continuity.
weird own thing, right?
Yeah, Jones says everything after Halo Reach was really bad. What if they made a video game based on the TV show? What if that's the next Halo? Oh man, people would be so angry. Can you imagine how angry people would be? If
Yes,
the next
people would be
Halo was based on the TV
incredibly
show?
angry. I'm just saying, like,
Incandescent with anger.
I know people love Halo Infinite, and people talk about it being the best playing Halo multiplayer ever, but it's not really, it's not regained the audience it once had at the very beginning, right? Because people have so many options to choose from, and it took a little bit longer than probably hoped for it to get to that point. So you're going to have to launch a new game because you need to kind of get that hype going again, where people will be like, "Oh, I'm checking it out." Right? It doesn't seem like if you're gonna, well, they're not doing seasons anymore for Halo Infinite. They're whatever, but for them to get the numbers that they probably want, you have to have something new again. But like Jez said, what do you call the next one? You can't call it Halo Infinite 2 because that doesn't make any sense. Do you call it Halo 7? Again, are you at the point there where the 7 drives people away? Because we've seen plenty of games when you reach a high number, they kind
Freaks
of
people out, man.
they go
Freaks
for
people out.
subtitles instead of numbers, right? Because it's like, oh, there's 7 of these. I need to know everything about it. Like I'll pass. So I would love to know what the plan is. Like, all right, Pierre's like, I've changed it around. Halo Infinite's back to what people expected it to be. It's really good. People are talking about it, but we got to think about what is next for the Halo video game franchise. And it's like, do we go Halo? Do we do Halo? I don't know what you would call it, but are we going to continue on the story from Halo Infinite with Master Chief, or do people want a new character? I know when they tried that with Locke in Halo 5, people hated it. So it's like, it's got to be Master Chief. Like, what do you do? And I'm sure they have plenty of discussions about what they should do or what they shouldn't do, or should they have other type of games? I don't know. It's super interesting.
I want to play as a Banished.
But no matter what they decide, I'm sure there's going to be people who will be like, no, you shouldn't have done this. Or what have you.
My favorite Halo game is Halo Wars 2.
Mm.
That's how weird I am. That is my favorite.
Hey,
Halo
Relic?
game.
Relic might be well, I was going to say, I thought Relic was the one that did it, but Relic was Age of Empires, and they just got and they're independent again, and then they just announced layoffs. But Creative Assembly, They, I mean, they also have their own problems with layoffs and
Yeah.
with Sega.
I
Yeah,
mean,
but
I'm sad that they didn't try and push Halo Wars 2 more. Like the DLC for that game, they should have used a different monetization model. I think locking some of the modes behind paywalls was the wrong take. Maybe the campaign, maybe you do that beyond a paywall, but they had this really amazing horde mode in Halo Wars 2, man. That was part of the expansion. It was so much fun. I played the hell out of that. Me and Roby on Mixer back in the day, rocking the horde mode there. Really fun. And I played this like Let Golo, hunter dude with the worms. I loved it, man. It was great. I'd love to play as like a hunter in a mainline Halo. Okay. Let me play as the bad guy. I really loved it in Halo 2 where like you could play it's like some levels you played as the Arbiter. I love that. Because like it was I know he wasn't the bad guy in that one, but it was kind of like playing the bad guy, right?
did I tell you how I got spoiled on that?
No,
I'm
tell me.
usually not one for spoilers. Like you spoiled Dragon's Dogma 2 for me, so I probably could
You
never
told
play.
me to.
I know, but either way,
You told me to spoil it.
I'm not someone who's like spoiler, right? And we all know because I've told the story. I didn't get into Xbox until Halo 2 was about to come out, and I got my OG Xbox. I was like, I need to check out Halo. I need to check out Knights of the Old Republic. Some of the games by then. And I remember I went to EB Games on the day Halo 2 came out, right? So I played Halo 1 by then. I don't really care for Halo 1. I know some people, like Special Nick, will probably hate me for saying that, because I know some people are like, Halo 1 is the pinnacle of the series, right? My favorite Halo is Halo 2 because I spent literally a year playing that game multiplayer every single day. So for me, Halo 2 is like the pinnacle of Halo. Not to say like Halo 3 or Halo Reach were bad, but if you look at it from time spent, I spent the most of my time with Halo 2. I mean, I still love 3 and Reach, but I don't love Halo 1, right? But I went to EB Games to pick up Halo 2, and the guy at the counter was like, hey man, you probably should also get the strategy guide book. And I was like, nah. I'm like, it's not an RPG. I don't need a strategy book for this. He's like, dude, you're going to need it because half the game you play is the Arbiter. I'm like, huh?
Oh no!
I'm like, half the game you play is the Arbiter. He's like, yeah, dude, half the game you play is another character,
no.
Covenant. You're going to need the tips and tricks in this guidebook to... And I'm like, no, I'm good. And I remember playing, I'm like, did that guy just literally spoil the game for someone who was about to buy? He literally told me about the Arbiter. I'm like, here, let me pick up my copy of Halo 2 pre-order. Oh, by the way, did you hear you play half the game as somebody else?
Damn.
Could you imagine, like,
mean,
going to buy Metal Gear Solid 2 and being told, oh, by the way, for the whole game, after the beginning, you play as Raiden? Like, wouldn't you have been pissed? Wouldn't you be like, what the F? Isn't that kind of crazy that the dude just literally just spoiled Halo 2 for me?
That's
That's
crazy.
nuts. I'm not sure I've ever told that story on here before, but yeah. Worst EB.
Have you ever seen that that viral clip ages ago of someone driving past a row of people waiting to buy the Harry Potter book? And the guy like drives past and yells.
Yeah, I've seen that. Snape
Yells the spoilers out of the window.
Uh-huh.
Oh my god, that is like so harsh, but also so hilarious.
And the thing is, like,
I hate being spoiled, man. I hate it. So like, I go crazy on Twitter muting keywords of games I want to play, and avoiding everything. That's kind of why, like, I don't know. I really like when I'm into something. It's like I've got to see it as soon as possible to avoid spoilers.
Yeah.
Math 23 says you just spoiled Halo 2.
Oh my god, I'm sorry. And was the game
20
years old this year?
Yeah.
Are we gonna...
Game Master said you spoiled Metal Gear Solid 2 for me.
Oh my god, I'm sorry. I spoiled Metal Gear Solid 2 for you. What was that? 2002, 2003? Oh my god. There's a statute of limitations on spoilers, you know.
Yeah. What do you think the statute?
I feel like 20 years is more than enough time, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Skull King says, "Thanks, Rand. I haven't played Metal Gear Solid 2. It's in my backlog and don't even want to play anymore. Thanks, Rand."
Oh my god. Really? Is this are you people just trolling me? Come on.
That next I'll be telling you they don't know that Aerith dies.
Who? Aerith? Yeah, oh
Yeah,
man.
Aerith.
You can't say that because now there's this remake, so
Yeah, maybe she doesn't die anymore.
maybe she doesn't die anymore.
I'm kind of triggered about that. You know who should die in Final Fantasy VII Reunion or whatever they call it? That Chadley kid.
Yeah, Chadley sucks.
Fuck Chadley.
Chadley sucks.
Chadley is a prick. I fucking hate Chadley. Hopefully he dies. Uramala said you spoil Final Fantasy VII.
Yeah, 1997. I think we're good. What is that? How many years? 30 years?
I don't know. Fast Game Master says I need scissors 61.
We have a super chat here from ProStar2 for 279. He says, enjoyed XCast episode. Hope to see Mike on XB21. We'll get Mike on there for sure.
Yeah,
it was a lot of fun being on XCast with Mike. BT Maverick with the 5. I think they should drop the artistic choice BS when it's really about hardware limitations. If this were the case, it would be locked 30 on PC. Yeah. Could you imagine if they said that, though? Could you imagine the outrage from PC people if they're like, oh, and because of this, we're locking the game to 30 on PC? Oh, my God. The outrage would be palpable, right? He also says, Jez, we need you and Jay Fonzarelli. Fonz, who I saw in the chat. Collaboration for Late Night Conspiracy UFO podcast. Even if it's a one-off, the truth is out there. You know, yeah, Fonz is starting a new podcast on his channel. And I know, Fonz, if you're still here listening, I know Jez is really passionate about UFOs.
Is Fonz doing a UFO podcast?
I don't know if Fonz is doing a UFO podcast, but I know he wants to start another podcast that's not gaming related. Bro, I'm telling you, Fonz, Jez, UFO podcast is gold.
I'd be all over that, man.
What do you think, Fonz? If Fonz is still here.
When I was a little kid, I was like proper nerding it up, like recording UFO documentaries on VHS and then like labeling them, and it was like my secret. I was like 7 or 8. It was like my secret archive of my secret UFO stuff. I was way too into X-Files as a kid, man. I was like, yeah, I'm Mulder. This is my scientific evidence of UFOs. My little VHS collection. Oh man, you know it's kind of depressing though how, as like, you know, in the 90s, Rand, nobody had cameras, so like nobody had a camcorder, like nobody had a digital camera. It was like these UFO pictures. Yeah, well, you do now because you got an iPhone.
Oh, that's
so
true.
Everyone's got a camera now, but the amount of legitimate UFO sightings has not increased in correlation with the amount of cameras that are out there. It's kind of depressing when you think about it if you're a UFO enthusiast. And AI is going to make it even worse. I just got off on a UFO tangent now.
Dude,
I love all that shit, man.
It was super cool. We did a thing with Spotify a couple weeks ago.
Oh, we did.
And you know, it was kind of just like bunch of podcasts or whatever, people in podcasts, and one of these girls starts talking about like things, and then she's like, oh, I do a UFO podcast, and everybody in the chat's just like, link please. Like, what is this UFO podcast? I want to listen to it, right?
Yeah, UFOs are important, man.
Dude,
aliens, the truth is out there, Rand.
The truth is out there, yeah.
True.
We have special Nick in the chat. Super chat with the $5 didgeridoos. Sorry I haven't been around lately. Reminder, Soka game is out on iOS. I have no
No one
idea.
cares about iOS.
Soka game, whatever that is.
No, I don't know. No one cares about iOS. I saw on Twitter just now. It's big news that Apple just announced
Yeah.
that they're going to allow emulators on iOS for the first time, like retro emulators, like Mega
Whoop-de
Drive
freaking
and whatever.
doodah.
Well, there's that, but I'm also sitting there thinking I had a fucking Mega Drive emulator on my Android 1.6 phone like 20 years ago, dude. Why is Apple so bad? Why is Apple such a terrible company? Why do people buy iPhone? I don't get it.
Status
People
symbol.
are celebrating shit that Android has had for decades.
It's all status symbol, baby. That's all it is.
It's cringe, bro.
Yeah, I'm just
Get an Android. Come back to Samsung.
I'm just curious why, Xbox Era doesn't like me. I never get invited on their podcast anymore. Special Nick doesn't show up anymore. And I see how it is,
They just don't like you, bro.
I know. Banana Peel Jack with the 5. Jez, you have a 4080. You are doing yourself a disservice playing on console at 30 FPS with that GPU. He's calling you out, man.
Yeah, but the thing is, my laptop's plugged into multiple monitors. I got a Discord and Slack on one monitor, and I got a socials on another monitor. And it's like I use my PC for PC things. Like my GPU is mainly for rendering video. It's not for gaming. That's what console's for. Console's for gaming. Like maybe I use my PC for exclusives like World of Warcraft. So yeah, my 4080 is exclusively used for the best PC game, World of Warcraft. The greatest.
Yeah, you need
PC
all those
game.
frames for that game for sure.
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, dude. I mean, when you're in a 30-man raid and all those fireballs are flying around, it can get intense on the CPU, dude. It can get intense. And also, World of Warcraft's got ray tracing now. The graphics in World of Warcraft. They're about as good as Hellblade's graphics, actually.
Oh yeah, sure. I'm sure.
When I look at Hellblade and look at World of Warcraft, I can barely tell the difference.
That's a good one. Okay.
I mean, they're both medieval fantasy kind of games. They look basically the same.
Yeah, they both got swords.
They both got swords. Yeah, it looks basically the same.
Joaquin, with the $5 in the super chat, says, Jez, does Avowed have an uphill battle given the Bethesda hate and how good Dragon's Dogma 2 is? Also, will the Guilds multiplayer be free to play?
Well, I think, first of all, on Avowed is going to do certain things that much better than Dragon's Dogma 2. And I think that's story delivery. I think Avowed will have better characters and probably better decisions to make and all that kind of stuff.
Probably a better story.
Dragon's Dogma 2 has some really great moments and some really great twists. Great, yeah.
Great.
I was trying to say twists and great at the same time. But that's some really great twists, but the way you interact with NPCs and make those decisions and all that kind of stuff really does feel like it hasn't changed at all from the original game, from the 360. So I do think Avowed will offer a better story, character-driven kind of experience. I do think so. And, Obsidian, obviously, great writing, and all that kind of stuff. I do think they'll have an uphill battle to compete with Dragon's Dogma on combat, especially because it's first person. I can't remember if you can play in third person or not off the top of my head. I want to say no.
I want to say no as well. But
I'm not 100% sure on that. But melee combat is very difficult to do in first person. Honestly, if you go back and play a Skyrim or something, I don't think it's very fun to play in first person. And whenever I play the Outer Worlds, playing with melee is such a pain compared to just using a gun and stuff. So I do think a lot of people will be playing the Outer World, the Outer Avoweds. A lot of people will be playing Avowed as a ranged character, probably with bow and arrow magic. I think it'll be hard pressed to compete with Dragon's Dogma on melee. But I hope that people enjoy it for what it is.
Well, I think also I'm not sure it'll affect it too much because there is going to be a large time gap between them. I don't know when Avowed's coming out, but in my mind I have fall, September, October timeframe. and Dragon's Dogma came out in March. I don't think it's going to be, because I do sort of feel that Starfield did feel some of the, like, some people had played through Baldur's Gate 3 and then played Starfield immediately right after, because they launched really close to one another. And I do think that negatively impacted Starfield to a certain degree, mainly based on the closeness of the games, right? Where even if Dragon's Dogma and Avowed are superficially similar in, like, hey, it's a, action RPG, right? I feel like the distance from March to, let's just say it comes out in October, March to October is a large enough distance where people won't be thinking about Dragon's Dogma where they were thinking about Baldur's Gate 3 when they were playing Starfield, because they had just played it, right? But with the Gears question, will the Gears multiplayer be free to play? We'll tackle that when we talk about Gears here in just a minute. Book and Beard.
I thought we were wrapping up. It's 1 a.m, bro.
Bro, we still got Patreon questions to go through and stuff.
Damn, Rand keeping me awake.
Yeah, it's actually an hour, bro. What do you mean?
What do you mean? It's 1 a.m.
Tell Andy I'm sorry.
Yeah. Send her a gift or something.
Book and Beard.
From all your millions. Send her that 4090.
Yeah, you want my 4090? You wouldn't be able to fit my PC in your room.
She can play The Sims on it. She likes The Sims.
Book and Beard says God of War 2018 was 30 FPS and no one cared about that. Once Hellblade is out, no one will care either. The problem with some 30 FPS games is bad frame tracing, not low frame rate.
Yeah, I often hear this discussion about frame pacing being a big part of the way 30 frames can feel okay.
Mm-hmm.
Like people say Starfield had good frame pacing and stuff. I don't know much about that, but I do agree with you that, like, sometimes 30 frames feels better than others, and it depends on, like, I suppose how juddery the game is. Do you have variable refresh rates? Is the game locked at 30 frames, or does it flip around and stuff? Like Dragon's Dogma can be laggy sometimes, but VRR and all that kind of stuff, it just doesn't bother me so much. I don't know.
Yeah, the thing is, a lot of people will overlook any sort of problems they have with the game if they love it, right? God of War 2018 was beloved, so 30 frames, especially during the PS4 generation, it was common, right? People, at least on console, weren't necessarily inundated with 60 FPS games unless they were Call of Duty, so 30 FPS was perfectly fine. But I would imagine if, like, God of War Ragnarok came out and was 30 FPS on the PS5, I think people probably would have bitched about it, because, like, new console, you expect 60 FPS, especially for a game that was also still on the PS4. But, like, oh well, why can't it do more? Yeah, I mean, you could go back and look at all the great games that people played during the 360 gen or early Xbox One gen, and most of them are probably 30 frames as well. But people move on, and they say ignorance is bliss, and it truly is. Like, once you experience what?
Yeah.
What?
I was just gonna say, man, like, apparently New York's got, like, aftershocks and shit.
Really? Is it still going?
Yeah.
Damn.
Still going.
It's crazy.
You're not feeling anything there?
No, we're so far away that we wouldn't feel anything.
You're right next to New York, bro.
Yeah, no, we're not. We're not right next. But I mean, you agree, ignorance is bliss. Like, if you don't really
is bliss, yes.
play at 60 frames and you're fine with 30.
Well,
like,
dude, some people say that they can't even
I know.
feel.
Some people say that they can't see it. I know.
Can't even tell the difference.
Yeah. I mean,
I've even seen game journalists say that.
I remember right before Call of Duty Modern Warfare, Call of Duty 4 Modern Warfare, like the first Modern Warfare game came out, I was still playing on a, what type of TV would it be? Like one of those huge TVs. What are they called, Jez? Help me out here.
CRT.
CRTs, right? I was still playing on a CRT, and everything was great. Like, I loved it. And my buddy had brought over an LCD, like a 720p LCD, and I was still playing on a whatever would it be, a 480i, 720i CRT. So he brought over his 720p LCD TV, and we hooked up the 360 to it, and we were playing Call of Duty Modern Warfare. And I saw the difference between just the Xbox dashboard and how much better it looked in high definition, and how much better the games looked in high, because then we were playing Call of Duty, and then we played some other games. I was just like sitting there stunned. I was like, I couldn't, literally the next day, I went to Walmart and bought an HD TV. Because I just couldn't get it out of my head of how much better it looked than how bad it looked on my CRTV, right? CRT. And it's true. Ignorance is bliss. Like, I was loving it, right? Because I didn't know any better. I didn't see it with my own eyes. And then I saw it, and I was like, no. I can't do this anymore. So
I had a similar experience. I had like I had a TFT DVD combo TV, and
I had one of those. It came with it was a DVD player, and it was a VCR, hook like in like one CRTV.
Yeah,
thing, right.
Mine was just DVD and TFT.
Mine was VCR and DVD.
Yeah, it was like one of the first sort of flattish, when the TV started getting flatter. That move from CRT to TFT. And it was 720p, but I had no idea about resolutions and all that kind of stuff. And I had like my Xbox plugged into it with the SCART leads and all that kind of stuff. And I didn't realize all you had to do was to go into the settings and switch the resolution up. Like, I was like playing it at 480p or wherever it was, 480i, something like that. And then I switched it over to 720p, and it was like a revelation.
Right.
It was like, oh my
You're
god,
like, oh
720p.
my Lord.
And I'd been playing at 480p for like by accident for ages or something. Or maybe I needed HDMI for that. Could SCART, the six socket SCART, could that do 720p? I can't remember. But I just literally flipped the switch, and I just couldn't believe it. Couldn't believe my eyes. It was like I'd seen God.
Yeah. Ignorance is bliss, bro. I had to go buy a new TV the next day. I just couldn't get. I was like, no, this doesn't work for me anymore. But it would have worked if I never seen. Yeah. Some people are like that with 30 and 60.
Yeah. But like game adaptation newscast in chat says 1080p to 4K wasn't as big of a leap, and I agree with that completely. Like when you go from 4K back down to 1080p, you can tell, but it wasn't the kind of revelation that going from CRT to HD was.
No,
I was like, oh wow, it's actually approaching. It's not blurry anymore, But yeah, I don't know. Come on, Rand, I gotta go to bed.
All right,
move the show along.
Tricks are for Trey.
Job. God damn.
Just don't contradict the books. One lore, please. No split like Star Wars, please.
Yeah, because Star Wars had a big schism where they're like, okay, this is a Star Wars legend now, and this is Star Wars canon, and they killed all of the books.
Yeah, they killed the extended universe essentially.
Yeah.
We have Monkey Power with the $4.99. What if Hellblade 2 went multi-platform before the awards show and wins Game of the Year? Would Xbox narrative still be the same? So you mean like it launches on Xbox in May and then launches on PlayStation before the Game Awards? I don't know how that narrative would be. Maybe it would be the same. Maybe it wouldn't be. We have James with a 1999. Sorry, a bit late this week. Got to Act 2 in Baldur's Gate 3 with the girlfriend. Love the trio of you two and Mike, my favorite Xbox dudes. Here's to the weekend funds. Well, thank you. You're refilling my funds that the IRS stole from me.
Good old IRS.
Yeah, the good old IRS. Gamer by choice with the $2. What percentage of people know 30 versus 60 without Digital Foundry telling them? I think the percentage is low. Because as far as I'm aware of, the vast majority of people choose quality mode instead of performance mode on their games. So they probably most likely play a 30. I think a lot of people in their minds say, I paid for this 4K television, I want to see 4K, and I want to see the game looking its best. And they're okay
That's
with 30
me.
frames. Right?
That's me, baby. That's me.
Some people can't tell, some people can tell right away. I can instantly tell when I play the game, like, oh, this is whatever frame rate. And you can definitely tell when you switch back and forth. I know people when you switch back and forth that still can't tell. But I do think I think the majority of, I think if you were to poll Xbox and PlayStation and be like, how many people choose quality versus performance, they tell you that, I would guess it's something like 80-20. 80% of the people choose quality and want the game looking its absolute best. I think. And we have 09C Mine with the 20. Hey guys, I'm glad I get to check you guys out live today. I normally volunteer on a Fridays, so I miss majority of the shows. Hope you guys are well. Stay awesome. Well, thank you. And thank you for volunteering. That's really awesome of you.
That's awesome.
So, Gears hype is going around, Jez. Right?
Gears hype.
We got some Gears hype. And I know you're the Gears guy. You love Gears, right?
Yep.
And this is precipitated because Paris Lily was sort of teasing, hey, tune in tomorrow to XCast. We got
Paris
Jeff
Lily with the leak.
Yeah, we got a leak. We got James, Jeff Grubb talking about Gears. So basically, Paris said, and kind of funny, that when they showed the Marvel 1943 trailer on Unreal Engine 5 during GDC, I jokingly tweeted, imagine what Gears 6 would look like in Unreal Engine 5 because it looks so good. And then somebody from the Coalition made a cryptic little subtweet under me about that, which perked my ears on that. So my conspiracy theory is that you do tease it this year, and then it's probably a launch game for next gen. That seems to make sense for me. And then the one and only Grubster says, I will say I've heard some stuff might be happening with Gear 6 this summer. So I think that tease sounds about right to me, Paris. That seems like what we can expect. But then, of course, Tom Warren corroborated Jeff Grubb's statement by saying, it's correct. And so now everybody sort of expects Gear 6 to be revealed at the summer showcase. We also have Shinobi. Somebody said, those are some beautiful screenshots. Such a stunning looking game in regards to Hellblade 2. Shinobi said, wait until you see Gears. People aren't ready. And also, friend of the show, we just recently had on Xbox 2+1, Nate the Hate. He said, I'd be very surprised if 2024 came and went without a mention or look at Gear 6. The game will be that this is what next gen is all about moment. And then somebody asked him, as in this gen or the next one? And Nate the Hate said, this gen. Very few games have delivered that next gen moment this gen, as we had exceptionally long cross-gen periods. Much like Gears 1 was the moment on the 360, so should Gears 6 be for the Xbox Series. So,
I remember being blown away at how Gears 3 looked. Like, there was some stuff in Gears 3 where I think it's like a dream sequence where like all the there was like a brick wall and all the bricks sort of contort because he's having a nightmare or something. I can't remember exactly what's going on, but I remember thinking, wow, this looks really good. But yeah, Gears 6.
But Nate also did say, and later on in the thread, that he expects its game to show up as well at the showcase.
Ooh,
so now you have a lot of hype surrounding Gear 6 already, especially with like Shinobi teasing like you aren't ready what it looks like, with Nate saying it's going to be the true next gen moment or whatever. You're the Gears guy, so I'll let you take it away, Jez. What do you think?
Well, I mean, from what I've heard, Gears 6 is a visual.
Is it amazeballs?
Thing. Yeah, from what I've heard. But I don't know much about it, and I don't know personally, I can't corroborate Tom and Jeff saying it's going to be there this summer. I can't corroborate that, but I wouldn't be surprised, and I wouldn't bet against either of those guys either anyway. So yeah, Gear 6 probably I would say is a shoo-in, but I do wonder, is it going to be a full-blown reveal? Is it going to be a tease? Is it going to be like, sort of in between other stuff? Because the Coalition's been very, very quiet for a long time. What are they up to? And and you've got like Gears 5 ended on a bit of a cliffhanger, really.
No, I mean it did.
Yeah.
It did.
There was some pretty serious consequences at the end of that game. Not going to spoil it,
Yeah. Well,
but
see. Yeah, we're not. I'm not going to spoil this one like I did the other games from 20 years ago. Because this one's more recent, and I'm not sure people have played it, but they do have some decisions to make about,
Yeah. The interesting thing was, I suppose, the coalition's been sort of instrumental in up-leveling the rest of Xbox with regards to utilizing the Unreal Engine. They've been sharing and implementing their internal tools for Unreal Engine and extending them out. They also did the very impressive Matrix demo, which again was 30 frames, I think. But that's Unreal Engine is demanding boy. It's all about photorealism and pushing visual density and fidelity and all that kind of stuff. But like one of the things I was impressive about Gears 5 was that it looked as good as it did while also being 60 frames.
yeah.
And
Well,
I
that's
think
the thing. Like,
it also went up to 120 frames, didn't it? If I remember
yeah,
correctly.
it's like Gears made the jump from 30 to 60 with, I think, starting with Gears Ultimate and then Gears 4 and 5 were both 60. So
And then it went all the way to 120. I'm pretty sure, like in multiplayer.
yeah,
could
in
run that game at
multiplayer, I think it
120.
went up to 120. So
which is awesome, right? So they experiment on the cutting edge of tech, and I think I reported before that Kate, I think her name's Kate Raynor, she actually got promoted out of the coalition and now runs a group pretty much dedicated to helping Xbox's internal studios implement Unreal Engine. So like there has been some I suppose there has been some reorgs going on at the coalition and growing and figuring out what's next and stuff. Rod Ferguson left, for example, went to work on Diablo and Blizzard. And I think like Gears 5 had a lot of growing pains, kind of. I don't think the multiplayer hit quite as hard as they'd expected. I kind of feel like they spread themselves a bit too thin. I don't think they should have gone for like escape mode on top of horde mode on top of multiplayer, and then like they had two tiers of multiplayer, where it was like a more casual multiplayer and then a more hardcore version of multiplayer. And I feel like they had a hard time building out like a viable live service for all of those different verticals and spread themselves a bit too thin. Like I'm someone who really liked Gears 4 horde mode, and I didn't like some of the changes to Gears 5's horde mode, so I ended up not really getting into it for whatever reason. So I do have that with Gear 6. They try and maybe focus down a bit more and focus on maybe horde mode for fans of horde mode, and then really building out a live service for the multiplayer stuff.
well,
I
yeah,
think one of the questions was,
Joaquin wants to know if you think
will it be
Gears
free to play?
will be free to play, similar to
I think it's a
Halo
good
Infinite,
question.
where you have like the single
Yeah.
player and then the multiplayer free. What do you do? Because it's live service. I mean,
I do wonder. I wonder, like, do they have to do it? Do they have to make the multiplayer free in order to get any traction with it in today's age and today's era? But maybe Game Pass just, does heavy lifting. Maybe they can keep it old school. Maybe they don't want it to compete with the free-to-play stuff, and they want to keep it kind of.
I mean, Helldivers
for
came
the
out at
dedicated.
40 and did extremely well and wasn't free to play, and people
Yeah,
still love it. So
it was also Gears 6 is not going to be $40 because it's going to have a full-blown campaign.
yes,
I'd say most people still play
Gears
the
6 will be
campaign.
$70
Yeah, it'll be $70 or $0 on Game Pass.
or free with Game Pass if you have that, right?
So I do wonder, because I suppose like if they are going to do it free to play, you have to have a live service ready. You have to have cosmetics. You have to have all that kind of stuff. You have to have it lined up. I think the reason Halo Infinite struggled so much was because they didn't have a year's worth of live service content baked and ready to go. Diablo is the same thing. They didn't have a year's worth of live service content ready to go, and they sort of the first patch, the first season they released for Diablo was so underbaked. It was like it was really, really underbaked. It was so bad. And you're watching Suicide Squad go through the same system now.
Dude, they
Like,
are
Suicide Squad first season sounds like it was pure trash.
some of like you had to do like 750 missions to unlock Joker for free, or you could just buy him. I see Paul Tassi tweeting about it. It's that first season sounds like awful.
I don't think Suicide Squad sees past the third season. But anyways, yeah, I suppose they could go either way with it. You know, they could keep it simple, keep it as it is, and they have used Gears to experiment in business models before, like with the DLC they did, which was
Free to Ultimate
free on Game
members.
Pass,
Yeah.
free to Ultimate members,
Which
yeah,
kind of
that's
came
right.
back with the Persona 3 Reloaded DLC at the end of the year, which free to
Yeah, that's
Ultimate
true.
members. So
Yeah, that's true.
they do some experimentation with that. I'm ready for a new Gears game, Jez. It is, I think when Gears 5 came out, as much as I liked it, I think you're at that, or at least I was at that point where we had gotten to Gears so much and so often that it was just like, you didn't really truly appreciate it, right? Because we had gotten to Gears in 2006 and 2008 and 2011 and 2013. Ultimate was 2015. Gears 4 was 16. And then Gears 5 was 2019, right? It was basically set your clock to it. Gears just was always here, was always a staple. You couldn't miss it, I guess. Right? Or like, it didn't, there wasn't enough time where you could be like, oh man, I really miss Gears, because there was always one here. But now it's 2024. It's been 5 years, the longest time in between Gears releases. And I'm starting to be like, yeah, you know what? I could really go for another great Gears co-op experience with a buddy or 4 buddies, depending on what they do with the co-op. And then that's assuming, like, it obviously ain't launching this year. So at the earliest, it probably comes out next year. And then it's like 6 years. At that point, it's like, yeah, you've given me enough time to miss the franchise and be like, I want to see. I want to know what the continuation of the story. I want to see this jump that everybody's hyping up, from Shinobi to Nate to Hate to everybody being like, oh, this is true next gen. Okay, I want to see the delivery. And I know, like, the Coalition with their pedigree, yeah, it's going to be that game. It's going to be that game where you look at it much like Ninja Theory and Hellblade 2, where you're looking at it, it's like, wow, we might be looking at the new benchmark for best looking game. I wonder if, like, Coalition's going to be like, imagine Ninja Theory, but also running at 60 frames, right?
Yeah.
Where, you know, we don't have the whole creative vision cinematic experience thing holding us back. So we're gonna yeah, I'm super excited to see where they go with the story, what they decide to do with it, what avenues they can explore. I don't want to spoil it, but I'm very interested in seeing what they choose to do with it, where they go, or do they, because with 5, it felt like they kind of dipped their big toe into the pool of open world, and they're like, okay, we're going to do some of this, but now, we pull back a little bit. It's a little too much, right?
I kind of feel like Unreal Engine was to blame there a bit.
Well, I mean,
Because you have to, like, they had these, like, open world segments, but it was like, oh yeah, by the way, here's a gigantic door.
yeah, this,
which is
basically squeeze through, right?
Because it's like,
Which, by the way,
like, we can't let you move too quickly through this open world, because Unreal Engine literally can't stream that.
you know, the last 2 games I played, like Banishers, so many squeezing through walls, and even in Final Fantasy VII Remake, so many times you like crouch under something.
Unreal Engine struggles with that stuff. You know,
Well,
that's why, like, when you look at what some of the other studios are doing with, like, open world games and the zero loading screens and stuff, a lot of the time they're not on Unreal Engine. You know, they're often on proprietary stuff, and that's why I often see people say, like, oh, they should put Skyrim on Unreal Engine. Elder Scrolls 6 should be on Unreal Engine. And I'm just like, be careful what you wish for. You know? I don't think you end up with the same. I don't think you end up with the same game if you take it away from the engine. But yeah, I don't know.
I mean,
we'll see what happens.
And then there's the other question, you know, is there really a Gears collection? If so, I would imagine if you're revealing Gears 6, you're probably also going to reveal Gears collection. And if Gears 6 is next year, then Gears Collection would have to be this year. You know, if Gears 6 is, 2025 or 2026, it doesn't necessarily, Gears Collection doesn't necessarily have to be this year. It could be next year. But I wonder if it's like Coalition's like, boom, here's a blowout. Here's an announcement of Gears Collection, which is coming out this fall. But then, boom, here's a teaser trailer for Gears 6, and this is what it looks like. And where they don't give a year because, like, that's kind of how it is these days. Like, hell, we don't even know what, the dates are for the rest of the games coming this year. Like, they didn't date Fable. They didn't date Contraband. They didn't date some of those other Xbox games they were shown last year. So, but yeah, the showcase is shaping up to be, you got a Gears 6 reveal. You got an id reveal, whether that's another Doom game or a Quake game or a new IP. You probably got first look at gameplay at Fable, probably South of Midnight. I would imagine Contraband's going to show back up. Another look at Avowed with release dates and Indiana Jones.
Or if it's a Pokemon game.
And the new Call of Duty and stuff. I mean, there's a lot there.
What if it's working on a new Pokemon game?
I don't know. Jason with the $7.99 in the super chat says, just give us Gears Collection this year. What are our chances, boys?
I have no clue. I think about the Gears Collection, although plans might have changed since then.
Yeah, they might have. They might have.
Hasn't materialized yet.
Yeah, but there's a lot of hype now. Like, people are really been like, all right, Gears, you better bring it. Coalition, you better bring it. Show us what this true next-gen moment's all about. All right, so at least according to Tom Warren, the showcase is June 9th. Obviously, I think it makes the most sense. So, but with that, Jez, you know what? Let's take a gander over to the wonderful people over at patreon.com/XB2.
Yeah.
Where, if you want to support what me and Jez do here, you can throw us a few dollars a month, get access to questions, shoutouts, access to Xbox 2 Ultimate, which is exclusive to Patreon, or early access to Xbox 2 Plus One. A lot of cool things there. And I'm going to get to the question thread here, and we're going to answer some of these. What do you think, Jez? You ready?
Yeah, let's do it.
So if you enjoyed the show, make sure you hit the like button and subscribe if you're new. Now, if you get really tired, Jez, and we're still not done, you can always just leave and I'll finish it up, right? So
nah, that's all right. Let's go.
We have a Fury J West says, which is worst case scenario for Xbox? The 2024 games not getting reviewed well, or bigger games being ported to other systems? What is the worst case scenario? Well, for me, it would be the games not reviewing well. Because then that would make me look at like Matt Booty and the leadership team over there and being like, all right, we waited to see what these projects were, and you guys just don't have what it takes to lead this division. You need new people in there to run this and actually run the gaming division so we can actually get high-quality exclusives. Right?
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, I don't think people are going to abandon their libraries. And like everyone's saying, no one's buying consoles any quicker than they were in 2008. So the growth isn't in console now, and everyone's kind of stuck in their modus operandi.
Destin Legary had a great article about that, did he not?
Yeah, he did, yeah.
Although, like, I kind of find the idea of like, well, Nintendo's doing it too because they're in movies and theme parks is a bit not the same as Xbox putting games on a competitor's platform or PlayStation exploring PC more. It kind of just seems like it felt more like a reach in that regard. Be like, oh, even Nintendo's doing it because they got movies, but it's like Xbox and PlayStation got movies too. And I understand like that's, to expand your business, but it's not really. Speaking of that, did you see what Michael Pachter had to say, Jez?
Yeah, I thought that was fun. What did he say, Rand?
Did you see what he said? Because I wanted to ask you about this. Because, Michael Pachter is famously like, oh, Pachter said it, it's not going to happen. But he's been right a few times here and there. But Michael Pachter said that that the Nintendo and Sony model of the Nintendo and Sony model of proprietary titles on proprietary platforms is the wrong model. It's a broken model. It used to work 40 years ago, but not anymore.
Ooh.
And he also said basically that whoever's reporting that Xbox Live Gold members are a part of Game Pass is reporting it wrong. He believes that in 10 years, Michael Pachter believes that in 10 years, Game Pass will reach 200 million subscribers. So he's going out there on a limb.
He's going out there on a really big limb because
Yes.
it was Microsoft themselves that reported that number.
So
Microsoft themselves, they said to me, I said, does that 34 million or 35 million, I can't remember exactly. I said, does that include Game Pass Core, which is Xbox Live Gold? And they said yes. And I kind of feel like they wouldn't lie to make themselves look bad. You know?
But this is one of those things where you see Michael Pachter being like, Game Pass is 200 million subs in 10 years, and that Sony and Nintendo's business model is broken. I just kind of look at that and be like, it's like, okay, these are the things that Michael Pachter is wrong about. You know what I mean? That Xbox isn't going to reach 200 million subscribers, and that PlayStation and Nintendo's business model isn't broken. You know, like,
yeah.
Hey, but he gets paid the big bucks.
I can't see 200 million Game Pass subscribers. But who the hell knows, man? Maybe Microsoft gets a game that's so viral and that ties in so well to Game Pass. Maybe they just really figure it out, you know. Maybe they really capture a zeitgeist where like they get something like, I don't know, something on the level of Minecraft or Roblox, but it's like you have to get Game Pass for it. Maybe then. But Microsoft has never really talked about Game Pass that way. They always say Game Pass is additive. It's a content fund. It's not the whole business. So like they still want to offer things at retail. And I think like as long as you're still offering things on retail and on platforms that isn't Game Pass, I don't think Game Pass does hit 200 million subscribers. The only reason Netflix and Amazon and all this other stuff hit 200 million subscribers is because they've got tons of exclusive content. Nothing is exclusive to Game Pass. You can buy it either on retail or you can buy it on PC. So, you know, I mean, can you get Stranger Things on DVD?
Yeah,
who even
I'm
watches
pretty sure
DVDs anymore?
Yeah, you can probably get.
I don't think you could initially, right?
Maybe not day one, but I'm pretty sure you can.
Yeah, so Stranger Things is on DVD, but it looks like it's out of print or something.
Well, it probably definitely doesn't have the newest season on there.
Yeah, the Stranger Things board game.
Ooh.
Graphic novel.
Ah.
T-shirt.
Ooh.
No DVD. Yeah. Stranger Things season 2 DVD. I don't know. But yeah, that's Amazon UK. Whatever.
Well, we got Mecha Gojira. He says
Gojira. That's Japanese for Godzilla.
Right. With so much false negativity surrounding Xbox, what can Microsoft do to change the narrative? Will releasing good, great games at a regular cadence be enough? Well, it's a start.
I think so, yeah.
It's a start, and they need to have it a regular cadence, and it can't just be 1 year. I think it has to be multiple years. You're probably at least looking at like 3 years of just great games at a regular cadence that they just hit, regardless of whether or not they bring some of those elsewhere. It has to be great high quality games.
People criticize Sony for their template or whatever, but I think it's that familiarity which people find comforting. You know, it's why people like the iPhone. It's the same fucking thing every year and every year out. You know, with like little tweaks, little things here and there, the latest improvements, the latest enhancements, like gradually improving it. But they don't change it that much because people like familiarity. Whereas like Xbox is kind of like all over the place with different genres. People don't know what to expect and all that kind of stuff, which is great. But I think consumers at large do prefer that familiarity. At the very least, if they can nail a consistent quality bar across the whole org, you know, regularly hitting 85 or above on Metacritic, I think that'll go a really long way. But we'll see. Maybe there's just nothing Microsoft can do. Maybe much like Android, everyone hates Xbox forever, even though Android is better in every single way. Objectively speaking, people still prefer the iPhone. And,
You trying to
that's
get a
the power.
rise out of me? Because I don't care about the iPhone. I have one.
No,
I don't
I'm trying to
care.
get a rise out of anyone who will be risen.
You could talk all the smack
Apple
about
is trash.
about iPhone you want. I don't care. I
It's
have
trash,
one,
bro.
but it's just like whatever. I don't care.
Someone on Twitter was like, "Oh, I bought a Galaxy S6 and it was terrible." Like, bro, we're on the S24 now. The S6, like 20 years ago, man.
I mean, releasing games at a great cadence is a start. They probably still have to do more marketing, things of that nature, and maybe even have like another company make a mistake. But that's, I mean, you could argue they got a great console, they got a great services, they got everything except really the great games or the big games that other companies have, right? Omen says, Jez, you recently asked on Twitter how gaming has affected people personally, but I think what we all want to know is how has gaming affected you and Rand personally? You can't say it helped you create the podcast. We all know about that one.
I did mention on Twitter that I think indirectly, the World of Warcraft's the reason I met my girlfriend. Because I used to make World of Warcraft songs. I used to make World of Warcraft parody songs, man. My parody songs was played at BlizzCon, bro, don't diss. But I used to make World of Warcraft parody songs back when I wanted to be a musician. And when SoundCloud came out, it was like, oh wow, this is like really great for hosting audio files. So I made a SoundCloud account and I met my girlfriend through the SoundCloud comment system. So maybe if I hadn't made World of Warcraft songs, I might never met my girlfriend who lives in another country. Like, how else would I have met her? It was just pure chance and pure coincidence. But yeah, you never know. You never know. Like, on that point, like some of my best friends met them in World of Warcraft, still speak to them to this day, still hang out with them to this day, even though like they don't play Warcraft anymore. But yeah, gaming's been hugely influential in my life.
I mean, you look at it, like, for me, friends, obviously. I mean, I met a whole bunch of friends during the Halo 2 era that I was friends with for years, but I eventually moved beyond Halo and they didn't. But then you met, more friends, maybe even centered around achievements, because I was an achievement hunter. And I'm still friends with some of those now, like, that I met in 2009, right? I've met some of those people in real life. I think gaming has always given me that escape, because not everything's great. There's times where things were bad, and it kind of lets you escape and not think about all the bad stuff or keep you off like the streets. I know when I was there have been times where some of my friends, would go do risky things, I guess. Maybe drugs, and I wouldn't, because I would be like, I'm gonna stay and I'm gonna play Final Fantasy 8 or 9 or whatever. I didn't say gaming's kept me sane. I don't know what I would do without gaming, honestly. To have that outlet of enjoyment, something that you really look forward to every day, or whenever you do get to play. It's comforting. It's uplifting. I don't know. It's all those things. I don't know where I would be or what I would be doing or who I would be without gaming. Yeah, certainly this podcast wouldn't exist, and I never would have met Jez or any of my current friends or all you wonderful people at the Xbox 2 community. Like, my life would be completely different. I don't even know where I would be. You're talking to like butterfly moments or the butterfly effect, like, type stuff. Like, where would I don't know, maybe I'd be dead in a ditch somewhere. Maybe I'd be, I don't know, I'm just saying, like, my life would be completely different. And I don't know if that life is better than what I currently have or worse.
True that.
But at least, gaming has always given me, excitement, enjoyment, and it's something that, at 42 years old, I still love. I still look forward to all this stuff. And, the day that I stop looking forward to stuff is the day I probably stop, because I'm not going to be one of those people who's just, a talking head on YouTube who tells you what you should and shouldn't be outraged about and actually doesn't play anything and it just does it for a paycheck. Because there's definitely people out there that fit that mold, and I don't want to be that, So
Yeah, I hate the outrage farming. Like, whenever I do cover negativity, I try to cover both sides of it and make sense of it and cut through it. I don't just, like, there's just people who just farm and thrive on outrage and hate and fake outrage a lot of the time. A lot of the time, it's just made up stuff.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of the time, it's made up stuff. Depressing.
K-Trax says, if you were stuck in a military camp with no games to play, how long would you last before you start to lose your mind? I asked this question because I'm going to have to endure that this year. Oh, ouch.
Oh, damn. Well, first of all, thanks for your service. If
Yeah.
indeed you are serving. I mean, you might be good. I mean, Guantanamo Bay is technically a military camp, so maybe you've broken the law or something.
I could probably get through it, for sure.
With books.
Well, but the thing, you probably won't be able to have books, too.
In a military camp, I think you'd have books, surely.
Yeah, well, I mean, you probably
jacket, you
probably would have other things to take up your time, right? It's more about like, hey, you're
shooting guns.
Yeah, so it might be a little difficult in the beginning, but I would imagine you'd adjust, and you'd be perfectly fine.
Yeah, I think I would just adjust to like.
Yeah, I think most people would adjust.
YouTube. I watch a lot of YouTube recently. I watch like these really long documentaries about all kinds of stuff. Yeah, I love YouTube Premium.
YouTube Premium cannot live without.
I cannot live without YouTube Premium. I think YouTube Premium is like the best subscription. Like
Shout
the
out
value you get for it.
Shout out to everybody who's on YouTube Premium right now.
Yeah, but like even just beyond that, like it's just I can't use it without YouTube Premium now. Like when the other day I went on my girlfriend's phone because I was like, I want to show you something, and the ads come up.
Yep.
It's like, oh my god, I forgot YouTube has ads.
I haven't seen an ad on YouTube in years.
Yeah,
because I use YouTube Premium.
But if I was in a military camp with no games, I just get really sucked into YouTube. I think. Yeah. I want to give a channel shout out. I've started watching I can't remember what the channel's called exactly. I think it might just be called Maritime Disasters.
Mm-hmm.
But it's a channel that does these video essays about maritime disasters. It's like an hour-long videos about like, okay, this ship sunk and this is how it sunk and this is where it sunk and everything that went wrong technically. And for some reason, it's just fascinating, like how technical ships are. I'm just like, wow, I love this channel. I'm gonna watch I'm gonna learn so much about maritime disasters now. I love that channel. And also, like, another channel I really like is Ants Canada. I love Ants Canada, man. Have you ever watched Ants Canada?
No.
It's just a dude from Canada who loves ants, and he's got like all these ants in like these giant tanks, and he makes these really long videos about ants and what happens to them, like multiple times a week. He'll pump out like 3-hour-long videos about these fucking ants. These are the pets, and it's like. He's really well edited, fascinating. What else do I watch? I watch a ton of weird stuff on YouTube.
You do. CJ in the Patreon says, "Hi gents, hope you're both well. Non-gaming question: have you found Twitter become even more toxic than ever in recent months? I've got to the point where I have now uninstalled it. I just can't stand looking at it anymore. What are your thoughts?" Well, if you follow me on Twitter, you notice that I hardly ever tweet. In fact, most of my tweets that I put out to everybody are just that the podcast is going live, I think, if you look at that. So, yes, Twitter is awful. It's probably the worst it's ever been. I barely ever use it. If you really need to get a hold of me, you can DM me on Twitter. I'll get that notification, or DM me or just at me on Discord, in the XB2 Discord. I'll usually see that and answer that. But yes, Twitter is a goddamn cesspool. And I have no interest interacting at this point right now. I'm not saying that I won't, but it's awful, Jez. I'm sure you feel the same, right?
Yeah, Twitter has become horrible. I've actually started using Threads a lot more. The other day, like someone tweeted out like a single sentence from one of my articles that and like ignored the fact that I'd given the opposite opinion right after it. To just sort of create a hate narrative and get everyone riled up and angry at me. And it's just like I'm sure that will eventually start happening on Threads as well. But for right now, the people on Threads are people who've left Twitter because they're fed up of Twitter. So Threads has like a nicer atmosphere. It's a bare bones app and it's not as fast as Twitter and it doesn't have a lot of Twitter's features and stuff. But it's just so much less painful to use. Twitter's become horrible, man. It's an awful place. There's so many nice comments as well that I do get on Twitter. People send me nice messages and DMs and stuff, and I try to focus on that stuff. But there's just then you see these insane tweets that have got like 10,000 likes, and it's just all lies, it's just all outrage farming. And I feel like back in the day, some of that misinformation being spread, and a lot of it's like racist misinformation. I feel like before Elon, that shit would have gotten banned. I feel like some stuff you shouldn't be allowed to just get away with spreading lies like that,
Yeah.
But it's whatever. I'll just ditch that shit and just hang out in the Xbox 2 Discord, which is much nicer.
Silas says, "Good day, boys. Rand, despite your YouTube riches, you appear to be a sensible spender. Some may even say thrifty. With day one PC games being discounted by a minimum of 15% in legitimate stores such as Humble and Green Man Gaming, wouldn't it be cost effective to purchase some games on PC? You have the same amenities you have on console. You can even game share. You have access to Xbox first party games on PC Game Pass, and the games would run and play better on your 4090. Would you say that by preferring to game on console, you are paying a console tax for a downgraded experience?"
He's caught you in 4K, Ren.
Yeah, caught me in 4K. You could make that argument for sure, right? That you could play for cheaper on PC and stuff like that, but I don't buy every game I get. I also get a lot of review codes or game codes from a lot of publishers and developers, so I don't always have to purchase them. So honestly, sometimes it comes down to, and this may sound, I don't want to say egotistical, it's kind of stupid, but honestly, like, I like seeing the games I play on one single profile, which my Xbox profile, with all the achievements and all the gamer score, and you can just look and see through everything. It's like a history. I really like that. And you sort of lose that if it's like, I'm going to play over here and I play over here on PC. And you could say, well, that's a stupid reason, but I don't know. Like, that's something I do think about. So, I mean, that's kind of an answer to your question. But I've also never been worried about playing the best version of a game. And if I was, I would have been on PC years and years and years ago. Somebody's always going to be playing a game better than you. They're going to have a better GPU or more expensive something, and they're going to be able to play games at a higher frame rate or with, and that wasn't something I was ever really worried about. Like, knowing that I'm going to play Hellblade 2 at 30 frames on console and that somebody else is going to be playing at 60 frames doesn't impact my enjoyment of playing Hellblade 2. If that makes sense. I'm not worried about other people's experiences. I'm worried about my own. So, I don't know if... Was that good enough, Jez?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, everyone's got their reasons, right? I mean, my 4080 could probably run some games better, but I just prefer console gaming. Like, it's habitual.
Yeah.
Man. It's habitual.
Might be just the old man in the sky. It's just like, this is what I grew up liking, and this is what I'll always grow up liking, and this is kind of where I'm at and where I'll always be at. I don't know. Sick and Tired
says... I play a lot of games on my PC, like, and I have over the years. I played Unreal Tournament 99 religiously on PC. Obviously, I play World of Warcraft on PC religiously, but I do generally prefer just turning the box on and then having a controller in my hand and everything just working, you know. Whereas like, especially myself, and there might be ways around this, but some games don't work very well on multiple monitor setups, and you have to start messing around with things, and you know, and makes other apps laggy. I don't know.
Sick and Tired says, "Hi lads. As a loyal Xbox player, I have to say I'm really disillusioned about how Microsoft has treated us. With the recent releases of Pentiment and Hi-Fi coming out better on PlayStation, and following on from what Ghostwire came out worse for Xbox, and Microsoft not bothering to give Xbox players a physical release when they had one for PlayStation customers, it shows a complete lack of respect for its own base. Then, after making the decision to put games on PlayStation, hearing Phil port begging Sony to put Helldivers on Xbox was just embarrassing and cringeworthy. It paints the console in a really poor and weak way. The second thing this decision has caused is the fracturing of the Xbox community. The once tight community has been turning on each other, and some of the most loyal and long-suffering Xbox influencers have reached their breaking point with the brand in a very public way. I have defended Phil religiously against people calling him a liar, and I really thought he was on the right track to push Xbox forward. However, after his recent decisions and the ramifications of them, I think it's time for him to make way for someone else who values their Xbox customer base. He has misled people about what was going to happen, and his kumbaya stick is getting old real quick. It's obvious no PlayStation exclusives are going to come to Xbox, and his constant serenading of Sony and Nintendo is not being reciprocated."
I agree that PlayStation, Nintendo are not going to reciprocate that stuff. But it's like Phil said in the Polygon interview, like when he frankly said, I don't have the luxury of running a non-profitable business. And the fact of the matter is, if you are a company, there are like perpetual growth is a thing that you have to concern yourself with, because costs always go up. Inflation drives up your cost. You're paying more money for your personnel. You're paying more money for power, electricity, you know, overheads, all that kind of stuff. That goes up. So if you're not growing, you're dying, right? Now, if you're Phil Spencer and you're sort of considering what the business looks like, not in 10 years, but 20 years, 30 years, and you're seeing, and this is true and demonstrable, you know, the facts we're talking about here. We're talking about the facts. The fact is that the console install base has not grown since 2008, as has in fact gone down. So if the console install base, and I'll put this to anyone in chat who disagrees, the console install base is going down, and that's the total install base of all consoles, not just Xbox. The total console install base is going down. If monthly active users on console is going down and people are playing less games, and also you don't want to have microtransactions, you don't want to have loot boxes, you don't want to pay more for your games, you don't want to pay $80 for a game, you don't want to pay $600 for a console. What do you do to offset the fact that your costs are going up? Like, what do you do? Do you put the costs of games up? Do you put the costs of consoles up? Do you charge even higher costs for subscriptions? You know, or do you put the games on the platform? You know, like, what do you do? You know, what would be acceptable? Because, and I'm asking the question of everyone listening to this, what would be acceptable to you in the scenario where costs are going up? And I got Guerrero Sheridan in the chat says, blah, blah, blah. It's like, bro, this is fucking reality. You know, what, you know, do you want to hear a sing song or something? Or do you want me to say some magic beans? This is fucking reality. This is the hard math of the industry right now we're talking about. So what do? You know, even if Xbox killed PlayStation and took PlayStation's entire market share, they would still be struggling with zero growth in the console industry. They would be struggling with zero growth. So how do you deal with that? How do you deal with that? Someone tell me, how do you deal with that? If Xbox has 100% of the console install base, how do you deal with that? Do you put the price of consoles up? What do? You know, kids don't want consoles. That's the issue. How do you get, I think, you know, this is something that the whole industry is worrying about. You know, Sony's model doesn't work. Sony's model isn't growing Sony, and you guys want Xbox to copy Sony's model. Sony's model doesn't work. This is the dilemma that they have, you know. So everyone says, oh, Xbox should be more like Sony, but Sony's struggling too. So what do you do? Can someone tell me? Rand, what do you do? If Sony's model isn't working, what do you do? What do you do?
I don't know. I'm not in charge of $1 billion corporation.
Kids
I don't have all the data in front of me to say what you should or shouldn't do.
Kids want to scroll on TikTok. You know? What do you do? And your costs are growing up, and your sub base isn't growing. So what do you do?
You have to find new revenue streams, I would imagine.
Yeah, you would. You'd have to find the revenue streams. And then Type Master says, making exclusive high-quality games, stopping ignoring the value counter arguments. But we all know that Sony's margins are, like, really low. So what should Sony do? What should Sony do to grow its business? We'll flip it on Sony. What should Sony do to grow its business? Because Sony's struggling too. Sony has the AAA bangers that everyone's jealous of, but they're struggling to grow their business as well. What does Sony do? Do they put the price of games up? Do they put the price of games up to $80?
Well, they have a couple choices. You could
What
raise prices of the games or find another revenue stream. So I think for Sony, it's probably both $80 games and embracing PC day one.
Yeah, but now what do you do in 10 years when you need to grow?
Well, you worry about that in 10 years. Or you worry about that. You formulate a plan and you worry about that later. You hit mobile. You hit cloud streaming when the tech is in a better spot or when there's more people doing it, right?
But you still even if you're Sony, you still have to consider the fact that the overall growth of console games is not going up. So I think like eventually every company becomes a publisher, publishing games wherever they exist, which is, you know, a finite amount of platforms, you know. People like they don't consider the full scope of issues here, you know. It's tough. It's tough.
Well, you know, sick and tired
really
in what he said here. It wasn't really a question, but I mean, he kind of he obviously wanted to vent, but
no,
he's not the only one that, you know, feels
for,
this way.
No,
so.
I feel this way too. Like I get it too. I'm worried about this shit as well because, you know, it's not only the things that I enjoy, but it's also my livelihood. Like in the publishing, one of the things in publishing again is like, how do you reach Gen Z or the Gen Alpha if you're in publishing? Nobody fucking reads websites anymore. So it's like, well, you go on TikTok, but the thing is, TikTok, the entire business model of TikTok is designed for individuals, not companies, right? So how do you make money in that scenario? You can't really. Everyone has to evolve when costs are going up and user habits change and generations change and stuff like this. Maybe consoles grow again. Maybe Gen Alpha does want consoles, you know. I think Microsoft and Sony and whatever, they should be doing more to target those younger gamers and get them indoctrinated at a young age so they grow up to be like how we grew up, you know. I grew up on like the Master System, playing Sonic and stuff. Where's the effort to target that generation and get them into gaming? You don't really see it, do you?
No.
You don't really see any effort. You see it from Nintendo a fair bit, but you don't see it from Sony. You don't see it from Sony or PlayStation. They don't really bother to try and get the younger gamers on board at all. The really younger gamers. And like all those kids they're just scrolling on TikTok, and it's like their attention span is gone. It's gone. They're cooked, man. You know.
Right.
So I don't think consoles are going to go away. You know, I think there's still billions of dollars of revenue going through these systems, but when costs are constantly going up, you have to consider how we can meet those increases in costs.
Or you could cut costs, right? Instead of making a $300 million video game, you cut costs so it's only $100 million. You stop.
Yeah,
you stop pursuing.
You're not growing.
I'm just saying, like, you talk about what you can do outside of like raising the cost of games or pursuing a new revenue stream. You can cut costs on what it, right? Like,
But that doesn't grow the business. If you're investing
no, it may not
less,
necessarily grow perpetually the business, but it also will still let you be profitable and, let you still run a successful business, right?
yeah, it's. I mean, the businesses will be successful, of course they will, but that's why, like, you talk about Sony with the wafer thin margins, because Sony does have to support their margins because that's their entire business, and their investors want to know. So, like, if we can extrapolate, if we imagine that Xbox has similar issues with the profit margins, where like they're spending almost as much as they earn, I think it's like what 6% now or something. If you're only making a 6% profit on how much you're spending, then that's an issue because you're only one spike of inflation away from that flipping 6% into the red.
On what you actually make. But yeah, but hey, but let's move on because, like I said, it's late for you, and there's still a bunch more questions, Jez. Right?
Yeah, it's just interesting because you got to navigate all these challenges, and people are just like, just do it, But it's not that.
I know it's
simple.
never as simple as everybody as it always seems to be, and it's like even when someone asks us like, "What do you think Xbox can do to change everything?" Even my answer of like, "Just make great games and make great games for a couple years" is really reductive, right?
Yeah,
because there's more things you can do. It's just easy to say because it's like one of the things that really hasn't happened, and they have a lot of other great things. So it's like, well, but they have all the data they're looking at and whatever.
I'll say this, right? I think one of the Michael Pachter talking about like he thinks Game Pass is going to have 200 million subscribers. I don't think it'll have 200 million subscribers, but I do think Call of Duty going into Game Pass is going to potentially be a game changer. I don't think it's going to give them 200 million subscribers, but I do think like there was always Rand, there was always this discussion about turning Call of Duty into a subscription service. Back in the day, I remember when Activision, like, they were talking, when World of Warcraft was at its height, they would always talk about maybe we could make a subscription service for Call of Duty. And I think they actually might have one, some kind of Call of Duty subscription service. But Game Pass could become the Call of Duty subscription service if they go really hard with it, market it really hard. You don't have to buy Call of Duty for $70. Just get it on Game Pass. Fuck it. Put the price of Call of Duty up to $80, so people feel compelled more than ever to get Game Pass. Right? That's a really nasty thing to say, but it's something they could do, right? And also like all the Game Pass perks you could get with Call of Duty, the FOMO, all this kind of stuff. It could be a huge game changer. It could really change the game. All the discussions we're having right now, come back and think about like what the industry landscape looks like after Call of Duty hits Game Pass. Because if Microsoft lands that well, and they're ruthless with it, big if.
Yeah, ruthless? Yeah, okay. That's not going to happen.
I don't think Microsoft will be ruthless. And you're lucky I'm not running it, because I'd be ruthless.
Yeah, well,
But
we'll see.
But if they land it well, market it, and they have the perks and all that kind of stuff, the cool stuff, make it so like it's actually. Let me ask you this:
how would you feel if they do put it in Game Pass, but they hardly market it, and it's just like it's there now, but they don't really market it in places they should?
It'd be a huge mistake.
Well, we'll see what they do with Call of Duty, shouldn't we? At the end of this year, if they're what their plans are, and if they do market it heavily, and what it actually does for Game Pass, and what it does for the subscription numbers.
They want to get people habitually into subscribing to them forever, like Amazon.
Well,
does.
sure, but we'll see. We'll see if Call of Duty will pull those numbers. We'll see if they actually spend the money needed to market it to everybody, because it is like the biggest thing. Well, it'll tell us a lot. Like with this release, if they're allowed to, which I think they are, it'll tell us a lot. And then when we get into next year, whatever the numbers are, we'll see. Was it worth it? Did it do what it was supposed to do? Is this the tipping point? And it's like now it's like, oh, well, Game Pass is going to take off. A lot of questions will be answered. So,
a lot of questions, bro.
We got Trickstar for Trey. Afternoon, fellas. This is for you, Rand. I finished Wheel of Time a couple years ago, and hot take, didn't like the ending. Nani? So here's my question. What book series do I start from Sanderson. Also, I
You
love
missed the
that
question.
people are hungry for more Halo, and just thinks answered my question on Twitter the other day. I had no idea that Xbox Play Anywhere worked like that. So he didn't like the ending for Wheel of Time that Sanderson. Well, I guess Robert Jordan came up with it. So, what book series do you start with from Sanderson? I would start with Mistborn. I would read The Final Empire, into The Well of Ascension, into The Hero of Ages. It's the first trilogy. I'd read that one first. I feel like that's a good entry point into his works. I do think Stormlight Archive is better. The Way of Kings, Words of Radiance, Oathbreaker, Rhythm of War, but it's also bigger. But yeah, I would start with Mistborn. Last
You missed
Horizon.
the question, dude.
What I did?
Mr. Dude. Yeah,
Where?
Sean Kramer asked if you are Jumanji'd
Oh.
into the world of Dragon's Dogma.
Oh, okay, yeah.
and
Sean
you get to
Kramer
take
says,
3 people.
this is a question for both of you. You are Jumanji'd into the world of Dragon's Dogma for real, but you get to take 3 people from the Xbox community with you. All their stats and skills would be based off their personalities and real-life attributes. Who are your pawns going to be? Huh.
Let's do a squad together.
Okay.
So like we can take so me and you are in there.
Okay.
What class are you, Rand? What class are you?
I'll be the one. I'll be like the.
You're a healer in my game.
I'll be
You're a
the one.
healer.
Colt and Fonz told me the best class to play, or the most fun class, is like the one with like 2 daggers, or whatever class there's was like thief.
Thief.
I don't know.
Thief's overpowered, yeah.
Yeah, I guess I'll be thief.
So you'd be the overpowered. Because in my game, you're a healer. You're
Okay.
a hat and a robe, and you go around healing people. But I really like playing as a sorcerer, so I'd be a sorcerer. I'd zap people with lightning and shit. But what would Colt be? What would Colt be?
Colt's also a thief, obviously.
So I suppose you could have 2 thieves, but the party's getting a little bit unbalanced there. You need a warrior, right? So who would be the warrior?
I'm bringing Tim Dog with me because he'll just go crazy on everybody. So Tim Dog's coming with me. He's my warrior.
But Tim Dog could be like a 2-handed warrior with a giant sword or something.
Yeah.
Like that.
Colt can be my archer. You can just snipe from afar, or Gaz could be my archer and just snipe with the sauce from afar.
No, Gaz would be a trickster because
Gaz is the trickster. Okay.
Yeah, because he's bringing all the smoke.
Yeah. And yeah, I mean, so me, you,
That's funny.
Colt, Gaz, and Tim Dog, I guess. What we got? We have Last Horizon. Hey guys, I beat Persona 3 Reloaded the other day, and the ending sticks with you long after the credits roll. What are some of your favorite games, books, movies, endings that had a similar effect on you? Oh man. I mean, I'm as a movie that just has its 25th anniversary was like The Matrix. Oh my god, I remember seeing The Matrix a bunch of times, discussing the finer points of how a world like that would work with my friends. Definitely The Matrix, definitely Lord of the Rings, Fellowship of the Ring. I think I've mentioned on here I saw Fellowship of the Ring like 20 times at the show. I love Lord of the Rings film trilogy. Games, BioShock always stands out. BioShock Infinite, Halo, books. This horror book I read called The Troop. Still think about it sometimes. Sanderson's Stormlight Archive as well. Currently, Sun Eater series by Christopher Rocchio. Something that I'm about to start book 6, so I'm thinking about it. But yeah, what about you? Anything that stands out for you, Jez?
The ending of Evangelion.
Okay.
I never know how to pronounce that.
Evangelion.
Evangelion, Eva. I just call it Eva. The end of Eva. The end of Eve. That was devastatingly shocking. Basically, a lot of anime has a devastating ending. Cyberpunk Edge Runners as well.
Oh, dude.
What the fuck?
How'd you feel when that ended?
I was
When the
I was
song
like
played? Mm.
it was weird because I was at a family function in Germany, but like I was watching Cyberpunk Edge Runners on my phone with headphones because um I don't speak German. So I was just like, well, I'm just gonna everyone's doing family things. I'm just gonna watch Edge Runners. So it was a really weird environment to be watching it, but I was engrossed. I couldn't stop watching it. So I was like, I want to watch this on my big TV or whatever, but I couldn't stop. And even though I was in that environment in public, it was still absolutely jaw dropping. Cyberpunk Edge Runners is a masterpiece. But even Cyberpunk 2077, amazing. Um, the ending of Twin Peaks season 2 also really sticks with me. It's very abrupt. Um, I really like unhappy endings, actually. I don't know why. It just feels more real because that's like what happens in real life, you know. But one happy ending that I do like is Shawshank Redemption.
Yeah, Shawshank is really good.
That is a really good movie. So much, man. So much.
Let's see. We got Laser Wolf. Much like Jez, I'm not sure I'll ever see Fallout 5 in my lifetime, so I did the unthinkable. I started playing Fallout 76, and it's kind of good. Play it, Jez. He
I
was.
played it. I'm
Yeah.
level 60.
Level
I'm level
60.
60. I got to level 60 when it came out. So I'm like I'm an OG Fallout 76 player. I haven't experienced any of the new content at all. So it's almost like playing a new game.
Good old Collinwood says hello, Rand Jez. So the game, The Tales of Kanzarazua, is going to be released soon. Rand, how chuffed are you to be playing this Metroidvania? I'm definitely going to be playing it. Looks really cool. I think Xbox Air is having the creator on this weekend for their show interview. But yeah, no, gonna be playing that game for sure. Monkey vs. Tramp says Xbox 2 community. I acknowledge my Xbox tribal leader, Randall Thor 19, and the wise one, Jez, cousin of James, Corden. Get the ones up. I'm the
Love it.
yeah, that's great. Are you gonna be watching WrestleMania this weekend, Jez?
In theory,
In theory, okay.
my
Saturday and
girlfriend really
Sunday.
doesn't like my girlfriend really doesn't like wrestling. So
Oh.
we'll have to see. We'll have to see.
Sierra 11 Kevin. I was having trouble sleeping, so I put on YouTube in the background. Funny enough, I woke up and was playing a marathon session of cartoons during the 90s, which also had commercials. I watched a bit to fall back asleep, but noticed just how many video game commercials there were back in the SNES and Genesis days. This was during the launch of Sonic 3, so there was game commercials, plus product sponsorships, branding with cereal, etc. It got me thinking about current day marketing. I'm old and probably out of touch, but what is video game marketing now? Xbox could be screaming from the rooftops about Game Pass value and lower console entry points, but I don't see it. Is there less marketing now, or is it where an old guy like me just doesn't see it now?
There was an interesting thread on Twitter where I think someone from Larian did an interview with Stephen Totillo's um, GameFile newsletter, and they said that like AAA game marketing just doesn't work anymore, and that it's more about communicating and curating a fan base now, more so than marketing to the general public. So the general public doesn't play games. So like you kind of like and because of how expensive it is to buy a billboard and stuff now, it's almost like wasting money, and it's hard to track the return on that kind of investment, you know, compared to like when you're doing a TV ad or something, you can't tell how much the ad has made an impact. Your ad might only be seen by people who don't care, you know, and to be honest, you know, even millennials don't really watch TV anymore, you know, especially not traditional television and stuff like that. So it's about shifting demographics in some degree, and it's also about tracking and analytics. So like a web ad, you can tell if someone liked your ad because they click on it. You can't really tell if someone liked your billboard because there's no way for them to interact with it. So I think like when it comes to digital services and products, they really have gravitated towards digital services and products for marketing. Stuff
Mm-hmm.
like TikTok, Instagram, stuff like that.
Influencers, streamers, yeah, a lot of that. Twitter. I mean, you still get the
Yeah.
occasional billboard, in places, but yeah. Uh, Simon B says, "Hi guys, hope you're both doing well. With all the talk about Xbox possibly doing a handheld, do you think Xbox could go the route of the Switch and include a dock? Try and cut costs and leave that to third parties like how Steam Deck and ROG Ally do." This would be your question, Jez.
I think they will go third party. I think they'll leave it to third parties to do it. I think Microsoft will probably make their own dock because Valve does make their own Steam Deck dock, but it is more expensive than like the cheap ones you can get out there because it's just USB-C at the end of the day. It's not a proprietary port. And to be honest, you can get third-party Switch docks. I've got one. Because Switch again is just USB-C. There has been like rumors that the third-party Switch docks can actually corrupt the Switch or something, but I've never really heard if that actually happens or not. So yeah, I think they'll do third-party. But I think they'll still make their own dock, but maybe not push it as hard. But we'll see. I think they'll definitely do a handheld though, for sure.
We have one from Just James 93. Hello guys, this one's for Rand. Jez can answer too. What's the hardest achievement you finally got? Felt joy from it. Mine was completing the last achievement to 100%, completing the whole Mass Effect trilogy. It took me a few sweat and tears to complete it. Geez. I don't know. I've been asked that question over the years, and I don't really have a particular one in mind of like the hardest one or whatever. It's always difficult for me to think about like, oh, what's the most difficult one? So I don't know. I don't really. There are difficult games I've beaten. Like I did some of the Max Payne 3 stuff on like the hardest difficulty with the timer. I think I finished, which was pretty difficult. Or, it'd be like one of the harder difficulties in. Like I guess the one I always remember is Dead Space 2, beating it with only 3 saves. And how I was feeling when I finally did it, because I got to, you're only allowed 3 saves, and I remember towards the very end I died and I went back a bunch of chapters. I think I don't necessarily say it's definitely the hardest, but it's definitely the most sweaty I've ever been, right? Because it's like, oh man, I don't want to die and have to replay these chapters, and my heart was pounding going through it. So, and that's one from the 360 gen, so it kind of stays with me. So I'll just say the Dead Space 2 one. I think it's called Hard to the Core.
Hardcore.
Yeah, where you got to go through the whole game, but with only 3 saves. And that game's got, remember towards the end of the game, it's got the whole eye one, right? Where you got to stick the needle in the eye. I think that's where one of my deaths was. You just instantly die, and boom, you got to go back, and you got to plan out your saves, where you're gonna save, right? So, Kraken 56. Hey guys, the showcase is creeping up on us about 2 months away. Is this the most hype you've had for an Xbox showcase? Based on the reported leaks and what you are hearing, it seems they have given these AAA games enough time, and we will see the fruits start to bloom for a lot of these acquisitions and building up the teams. I don't know if it's the most hype I've been for a showcase. I think it's still a little bit too far away for me.
Yeah, I need to learn more.
Yeah,
first.
so we need to get closer to it, and then we'll see.
We're definitely getting there, though.
But I mean, judging off of what we talked about earlier, I mean, it has the potential. So
yeah, I'm starting to feel it just a little bit.
Mr. Nintendo Donataku says, "What's up, y'all? Do you guys prefer developers to push graphical fidelity and storytelling to the limits of what the next-gen console can do, a la Hellblade 2? Or would you rather sacrifice those elements to push gameplay systems and features instead, a la Dragon's Dogma 2?
That's a good question. I'm kind of a gameplay first kind of guy, I think, generally. In a perfect world, both. I kind of want a story to push me along to some degree, at least. But I think overall, I do prefer the gameplay systems. I think I do like mindlessly smashing things in a cool, stylistic way. I think,
Mm.
but I wouldn't have said that when I was younger. When I was younger, I would have said story definitely all up back in the BioWare days. But I kind of changed the way I play
Well, and
games
the
these
good thing
days.
about it is you get both. You have games that will go like Hellblade and push storytelling and graphical fidelity.
Yeah, but that's
And
not the question.
I know,
What
I'm
would
just
you
saying
choose?
we do get both. What would I rather
Yeah.
have? It's tough because I don't really. I've never played a Dragon's Dogma game, so I don't really know what gameplay
But
systems and features they're
games that are
pushing.
more, games that are more. What he means is games that are more gameplay oriented, like Elden Ring, maybe for example. Because Elden Ring has story, and it has
Sure.
quite a lot of story, but it's not like it's not in your face, sort of, you know, interactive cinema,
I don't know. I guess. I guess.
like a Hellblade or a Death
I
Stranding.
guess. For me, maybe it's more. It's not necessarily graphical fidelity. It's probably more the storytelling aspects. I mean, some of the games I remember the most are the ones that had like the best stories or a twist or some kind. Like Bioshock, it's what they did with the storytelling of that game that I remember more so than the gameplay systems or what
See,
it
I
looked
remember
like.
the gameplay more.
Well,
I really love the story,
no,
but I love stalking
no,
around
I
in
mean
that
the
game.
gameplay's great, but what still sticks out of my mind is, the story.
I still
So
remember hitting someone in the face with a wrench in that
I
game.
would probably go with the first one where it's, they push the storytelling limits. But that's not to say like I don't want gameplay systems
Pretty much.
because I
Yeah,
do.
you want both,
I
but
just want both. I'm not
I'd take a
I'm not
Diablo
too
over a
concerned about
Hellblade.
like the graphical fidelity stuff. So,
Yeah. I think neither of us care that much about graphics.
SJ Dub says, "Hey Rand and Jez, I don't have a question, but I wanted to write in after listening to the start of today's podcast. Mayonnaise goes great on hot dogs and a lot of things. The main issue is that mayonnaise here in the U.S. isn't that good. I spent a few years in South America, and they eat a good amount of mayonnaise there, so I started doing the same here when I came back. I just wanted to share that. Have a great weekend."
That's interesting.
Yeah. I mean, I've
That
always
is
heard like
interesting.
some things are, better here versus elsewhere, or, like chocolate is different in the UK than it is in the States. I remember you telling me that, and you sent me some like
You're
UK chocolate,
yeah.
right? So, and it definitely was
European
different.
Yeah, European cheese kicks the shit out of America. I'm
Bro,
sorry.
I don't think so. Stop it.
It does. It fucking does. British cheese, especially. You know
There's a
what you call mature, strong cheese in America
mature.
is like mild in British standards.
Yeah.
But anyway,
I just can't imagine myself ever enjoying mayonnaise from anywhere, regardless of
yeah,
where it's better in South America versus here. It's just
a bunch of bunch of people in chat have just who missed the start of the show where we were talking about mayonnaise on hot dogs, and they're like, "What?" Yeah, we were talking about mayonnaise on hot dogs earlier.
yeah, it's good discussion. Chief Gaming 685. Hey guys, I want to know your thoughts and opinions on the Xbox moderation system. I've seen many people post about their account receiving strikes, suspensions for regular messages. This is making people avoid socializing on Xbox. I'm also concerned there's no way to directly contact Xbox enforcement for false strikes or bans, such as those done through exploits like the Minecraft exploit. Yeah, the whole AI stuff has really been, and I saw the stuff with Final Fantasy where if you like free company, but you get banned for it because they think you're soliciting sex. And then there was a whole article about like, oh, Xbox has this like AI chat program that's gonna, yeah, it seems that it's not all it's cracked up to be with the and you wrote an article about this, didn't you? Or an opinion piece, or
Yeah,
at
I
least
did.
had an opinion
I
piece
did. Yeah.
towards the end of it.
Yeah, I was. It was it was a bit of a haphazard article, to be honest.
Haphazard, okay.
Haphazard, yeah. Like, because what had happened was a YouTuber put out that he got mass reported on Minecraft and he got his account banned, and then he had a
Right.
nightmare trying to get himself unbanned, and then after we wrote about it, he did get unbanned. Which was a happy ending. But then you think like, how many other people have been banned unfairly and can't get unbanned because they're not a YouTuber or that Windows Central didn't write about the situation or whatever outlet didn't write about it. You know, it's just oftentimes you see these threads on Reddit where it's like I've been banned and they're trying to get help and there's just if your thread doesn't go viral, no one's ever going to see it. I remember Major Nelson back in the day personally getting involved with people who've been misbanned on Xbox Live and stuff. There needs to be more transparency about like why people were banned because like if there is transparency then they can't just go off and be like well you know I got banned and I don't know why. Like Microsoft needs to tell people why they've been banned from a service, and I really do think that's something governments need to regulate. Like if you are banned from accessing a digital platform that you've paid money into, there needs to be more transparency on why you were banned, and it would help Xbox as well because it'd be like, well, this person was banned legitimately because they went off, hacking or something, and here's the evidence. You know, there should be a little system in the enforcement where it's like you were banned because of this, and there's like either a chat log or a video or something that shows why they were banned. Um, but I was told that by Microsoft spokesperson that it's always a human review because I'd speculated that it's an AI blocking people, banning people, and other people have speculated that it's an automatic thing where you get banned. But it's always reviewed by a human. So like the AI is like, we think this person should be banned, and then a human makes the final decision. But I'm just wondering, like, how well are these humans trained? I'm guessing they're probably not paid very well to decide who gets banned and stuff. So is this like the best system that we've got right now? It does need to be improved. I agree completely. And it does cast a shadow over the safety of communicating on Xbox Live. You know, people will feel like I shouldn't say anything in chat because I will get banned. And there's also all that stuff in Final Fantasy where like just regular words are being censored in the chat just because they might contain a word that is banned or something. But you know, they need to be less restrictive about that kind of stuff. And I will say, like, I think like Gen Z, one of the reasons Gen Z doesn't like using consoles is because they're so restrictive and locked down like that kind of stuff. A lot of these other platforms like Discord, they're not so heavily moderated and all that kind of thing.
Right.
I don't know.
Let's see. We got achievement. Xbox cannot afford to launch a third development SKU as devs don't want to support the 2 SKU approach. So if there's a handheld, it almost certainly has to run the Series S code, right? It would be too risky to do something else. I mean, that's kind of what my line of thinking was that like Series S would just transition to a handheld and then they'll make a console and it'll just be those. But
unless it's more Windows-like. Maybe it's a version of Windows that's locked down and more console-like. You're not going to be booting into control panel to do anything. Maybe it's like more like a Windows device that developers can port really easily to from PC. And it's more like targeting the Steam Deck or more like targeting Asus ROG Ally rather than trying to target down to the metal on a console.
right.
Maybe it's more like that.
Yeah.
But with a lockdown version of Windows that actually functions with the gamepad. Because today's Windows, you need a mouse. Barry the Zanland says, all this Gen Z hate from Jez. I'm 2002. Nah, the thing is, there are based Gen Z people. Like I had some DMs this week where people were like, I'm Gen Z and I love console gaming, and it's true. But a lot of the Gen Z generation, the cohort, it's decreased from the millennial generation, and there's at least a perception in the industry that Gen Z are less interested in console gaming than the prior generation. It is what it is. I mean, I'd need to speak to some Gen Z people about why that is, but I don't really know any outside of like a couple of family members. As we all know, Rand is a boomer.
Yeah.
So Rand's on the other end of the spectrum.
I'm like a millennial, but like the very
almost Gen X.
Yeah, like I'm at the very beginning of millennial.
Yeah, I'm like right in the middle, I think.
let me see. Yeah, so Hugh says, "Hello guys, hope you had a great Easter. With the very promising early reviews of Hellblade 2, do you think Xbox might reconsider investing more into these narrative cinematic type games? I was still hopeful they might pick up Crystal Dynamics and Eidos from Embracer, but it looks unlikely now." I mean, I think it will come down to how well does the game perform, how many people sign up to Game Pass, what was the budget on it and stuff. Obviously, that will probably go a long way to determine whether they want to invest more. I think you do need you need every type of game and every type of genre for your subscription stuff. As for Crystal Dynamics and Eidos, it doesn't really seem like Embracer wants to get rid of those. Mainly because it's probably other people are paying for them. Xbox and Amazon are paying for Crystal Dynamics. So Embracer has no reason to get rid of them right now, right? And presumably this other people are playing for Eidos too, like Xbox, because the rumors are they're working on Xbox games. So Embracer is probably happy keeping them on because they're not paying for them. Other companies are, right? Will that change at some point? Will that change after, the FTC is done with the Activision thing and Perfect Dark is finished up with Crystal Dynamics? Maybe it's one of those things where they don't want to purchase Crystal Dynamics right now because it would change some stuff, and maybe they were like, we'll wait until Perfect Dark is over or something, and then we'll make the acquisition. Or maybe Embracer is just like, no, we're gonna keep these because they're worth something to us where the other ones weren't. I don't know. 09C Mine, hey guys, with next gen supposedly approaching faster than we thought, I wondered what your thoughts would be on the new user interface in Dash for next gen. Personally, I remember when buying the Series X, I felt like I'd spent $450 on an Xbox One after it booted up to the same Dash. I know having the same ecosystem for everyone is a plus, but I felt like part of buying into next gen should have a new feel to it. Like your purchase and investment was warranted and feels like a new experience, if you get what I mean. Oh yeah, we've talked about that. We've talked about like how the Xbox Series X Dash it just felt like you got an extension of the One or the One X, right? It didn't really feel brand new. But I don't know.
I was weirdly disappointed about that. I feel like, I don't know, it's kind of irrational, but I joked in a previous episode, I feel like they've robbed me of the next gen thrill.
That's kind of what some articles had written.
Some article had said that about
Xbox
about
and their
cross-gen games, right?
Yeah, when Sony
even though like Sony doing the exact same
robbed
thing.
of the next gen experience. Yeah.
But that's the thing. Like I've been saying for years that these consoles, the PS5 and the Xbox Series S and X, they really are just a PS4 Pro and a PS4 Pro and an Xbox One X Pro. That's what they are really. They're all the same system, just with different specs or whatever. It's all x86. So I do agree, but the in one sense, but in the other sense, it's kind of like, if they are doing this backwards compatibility stuff, which we all agree is a good thing, it kind of makes as much sense as possible that the operating system would be very similar as well. And then it's kind of like, well, do you make a version of the shell that looks different on the next gen system just for that reason? It's kind of silly when you think about it, right? Because at the end of the day, there's still millions of people playing on Xbox One. Millions of people, because of these black hole games like Call of Duty, Fortnite, and Roblox and Minecraft. Like millions of people are still playing on Xbox One. So it's one of those things that is kind of fading away from us as people who did grow up going from generation to generation. We have been robbed of the next gen thrill, and
will we get it back? With the new console and a handheld, will it have a new UI or a new dashboard, or will it just be,
if it has a new UI, a new dashboard, I think, But there's other things as well that I kind of want to see that's kind of, as well as fallen by the wayside, like developing achievements. Like, even though I don't achievement hunt, it's like back in the day, I felt like we got a lot of new systems and for all that kind of stuff, and they made a whole new system for avatars and just sort of didn't do anything with it, you know. I kept thinking like there's a lot of stuff they could do with the avatars. You know, they could make games around avatars, like, you know, how on Nintendo Switch you can use your little me in different games and stuff. Um, I don't know, but it's all at the end of the day, it's all about like what can actually drive growth and stuff. And you know, when I open my Steam stuff, I often get these notifications where like it's like you've got a new trading card, and I'm just like, what are Steam trading cards? What even are they? Does anyone use them?
I don't
Do
really
they
think
matter?
so. No.
Like, and then there's also like when I bought my Steam Deck, there was it was like you've got like a bunch of Steam Silver or whatever it's called, and I was like, Steam what? And I clicked into it, and it's like, oh, now you can get cosmetics for your Steam profile because of all these points you've got from buying a Steam Deck. And it's just like, oh, cool. I'll buy a little bit of. I've got a spinning black hole background on my Steam profile, which I've been a member of Steam since 2005, 19 years of service, which is crazy to think about. I think I've had a Steam account longer than I've had an Xbox account, which is wild. But yeah, I don't know. I'd like to see more platform features and that kind of stuff, and a new dash, obviously. But I suppose it's really about, does that really grow the business? Everything's all about growing the business right now because of this crunch on growth and crunch on inflation and all that kind of stuff. So we'll see.
Hmm. Yeah, well, that's the last Patreon question. We do have some super chats that came in while we were doing that. Noob Sabat with the 5 says, so Rand, basically you enjoy Hellblade 2. If she's 220 pounds or 120, it's still enjoyable.
That's weird.
That's a weird question.
I don't get it.
I know, maybe because I said I would enjoy it regardless of whatever frame rate it was be at, 30 or 60. I don't know. I think it's more of a comment about Stellar
Frame
Blade.
rates?
Stellar Blade.
Yeah, I don't know.
JD Gamer says older people are obsessed with console sales, and consoles represent the smallest share of the gaming industry, and it's not going versus mobile and PC. Why? It's kind of like because that's kind of how they got in to this. So to them, console gaming's the be all end all. The console sales are the be all end all. So if you're not winning that, then you know you're a loser kind of thing. I would imagine at least that's what it is. You know, and also we don't really get any other, you know, you can go by revenue. And other key factors or other key data points, but for so long the industry has just reported console sales as the be all end all, as like who's doing good and who's doing not. That of course is going to take some time before that eventually they shed that, and it's like, well, this isn't the most important metric anymore. Grandman says Randall millionaire with his RTX 4090. No, Randall broke now after the IRS got me. Kyle says the issue with people on X is there are many Captain Hindsights analyzing and judging what already happened and acting like they knew all along. And Tate Master Jujutsu's can't get hyped for Hellblade 2 Gears and Indie. It'll be on PS5. Fair enough. I mean, Xbox opened that door, so if you can't get hyped for those, I don't know. It's one of those things where, are you not hyped for those games at all? Period. Because if you're not hyped for those games at all, then what does it matter if they're coming to PS5? Right? I don't know. It's like, was your hype predicated on the games being exclusive, and now that they may not be, you're not hyped about them because they'll be on the other platform? Or are you just don't care about those games? Just the way it's kind of worded, it's because they might be on PlayStation, so you're no longer excited for those games.
I mean, it kind of feeds in a little bit to the next gen thrill comment, where it's like part of the sort of the ingrained experience of video gaming is kind of like the whole my system's got this kind of thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
Vice versa. Like people who've grown up on PC, they don't know anything even approaching that mentality. And that's kind of where everything's kind of going now, because it's all about finding the gamers where they are. And inflation is growing faster than the rate of new gamers are coming into the whole ecosystem. I think like inflation and wages have gone up more quickly than the gaming industry is projected to grow. And I think that kind of creates a situation where they do have to consider anything and everything to find that growth. Otherwise, they end up in a bad spot, I guess. I mean, console gaming is in a better place than a lot of other types of industries right now. I mean, we've all heard the issues that Twitch has had, for example. Remember, like for a time, it felt like Twitch was just the thing, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, you had all these Twitch influencers and all this kind of stuff, and now we hear all these things about how Twitch and like everyone was like, "Oh my God, Microsoft quit Mixer. They shouldn't have quit Mixer." It's like, how are you going to compete with Twitch? And it's just like, well, Twitch can barely sustain itself, you know. So it's kind of, and Twitch has had all these layoffs, and they're struggling to monetize everything, and you know, it's a weird market we're in right now. I think things will even out and things will return to a more stable, you know, everything eventually. It's cycles, isn't it? Do you remember
Indeed.
the credit crunch round
Credit crunch.
back in the day, 2008?
Oh,
Remember it? No?
okay, yeah.
So I came out of high school straight into a gigantic global economic
Yeah,
recession.
the economic recession back then, but yeah.
Yeah.
Well, Jez, that's the end of the show. We got through everything we kind of wanted to talk about and everything. So, yeah, I want to thank everybody for being here. If you enjoyed the show, hit the like button and subscribe if you haven't already. You should be subscribed. I don't know why you're listening to the show if you're not, but please do. It was great hanging out with you guys. We're over 4 hours. Jez is tired, or he doesn't sound like
I'm
it,
all right.
but he's all right.
I'm all right.
He'd probably
I'm
go
all
for
right,
another
so-
hour, but
I'm just looking at Twitch actually. You know, in World of Warcraft's back on the most viewed games.
no one cares. No one
But
cares.
if that doesn't tell you how irrelevant Twitch is, no. World of Warcraft's one of the most viewed games.
Yeah,
The top category round is just chatting.
it's
not
always
even
just
gaming.
chatting. People love just chatting. So I hope you guys enjoyed episode 310. If you're listening to this later on Spotify or iTunes, we love you. And make sure you give us a rating or a review. And
Thumbs up.
hopefully we'll have a Xbox 2 Ultimate or an Xbox 2 Plus 1 this upcoming week for you guys. A lot of things to still talk about. And with that, I hope you have a great weekend. Keep it gaming, everyone.
Rock and roll, baby.
Later. Acknowledge the tribal chief, Randall Thor.
Gibbity.